What started with 8 is now down to only 2. There's one spot to the Manchester Major, and it's Team Bliss and Man LFO that go head-to-head for this battle. It's been 719 days since OCE teams played a BO3 to potentially go to a major. The international event is warming up, and, well, so are we. Let's welcome in our analyst desk for this first matchup. Before we get to the Manchester Major, we do have to decide a third-place matchup, and to do so with me, I got Mandy and Dev joining me. How are we?
Good. Amazing. I'm really excited. In fact, we could have technically a record broken today.
Yes.
No team from Australia has ever gone to more than 2 majors. Now, Bliss have done back-to-back last year. If they qualify for Manchester, it's a new leaf opened in history.
That certainly is. And not only that, we are going to be breaking records regardless, because we've never sent a team directly from the OCE League through a playoffs format, which is very exciting, Mandy. Last year, we only had BO1s to determine who would actually make it to these international events. Things have changed dramatically.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's so well deserved for the league as well. We've learned through 2024, Stage 1, that this league is so competitive in through the midfield. It is so deserving of having playoffs. BO1s are just not enough to determine the best. I'm really excited for the finals today.
Yeah, we've had 3 days of BO3 so far. Let's go ahead and talk about the bracket, see how things have panned out. No surprise to see Team Bliss all the way through. And look, it wasn't fully at ease, Dev, but it's certainly been an interesting path for them.
It really has. And we saw that yesterday. Antic gave Bliss a really strong fight. And of course, now after losing that game, we do have the third place match, Odium versus Antic, which will be played before the grand final today. But holistically, it's been a great bracket. Obviously, top 6 teams coming in through from the regular stage. A few upsets with the 2 veteran teams, Kelton's Knights and 6 Targets, not even making it to the playoffs. It's been the real season for rookies. And we really saw that in this Man Esports versus Odium matchup yesterday, which proved to be a real barn burner. This was realistically the battle for second place. A lot of discourse throughout the stage about which of these 2 teams was the second best in the league. Man LFO ended up winning this series, but it was a very tight affair.
It certainly was. One that we always expected to be close, Mandy, but I don't know whether we had actually fully expected Man LFO to close us out 2-0.
I certainly didn't expect them to close it out 2-0. I thought that Odium looked really competitive, but by the time they hit Skyscraper, Man LFO just turned it up to a whole new level and were able to take this one 2-0. It looked so competitive on Bank, Odium's best map, but Man LFO still stole that one away in the 15th round as well. It was absolute barn burner of a series, even though it ended up being a 2-0 sweep, and it was so enjoyable to watch.
A little bit of heartbreak for Odium. Such a great storyline. You know, they lost their 2, I would say, prominent players to Man LFO. There was revenge hoped for in this, but unfortunately they were unable to do so. Moving over to the Antic game, for me, this really changed the conversation for Antic entirely for me, Dev.
Very much so. Coming into this stage, we thought Antic would be hands down the second best team in the region. Not only were they already the second best team last year, but then they went and picked up 2 of the best players from the now Man LFO roster. So you would have thought, well, they were the best team before. They've had upgrades. They'll definitely be the best now and be challenging Bliss. But the round robin phase really didn't show us that. These guys ended up dropping quite significantly through that, and Odium and Man LFO really overtook them. But they came back, they took a map off of Blitz, they played some phenomenal Siege, and as a result, it's really changed the conversation around Antic.
It has. Unfortunately, not enough to have them in the grand final, though, Mandy. Bliss, they showed, I would say, grit, but unfortunately, it did feel like there were a lot of rounds kind of dwindling away from them when maybe they shouldn't have.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Antic have looked so competitive, especially in the BO3 setting. They're the first ones to really wound Bliss properly. But nevertheless, by the time we hit map 3, it went to Bank. Antic did not look nearly as competitive as they did on the previous map. Bliss just went for a clean sweep. I believe it was like a 7-0 or 7-1 towards the end of it. 7-0 to send themselves into the grand finals. Such a dramatic end for Team Bliss. And now they're here. Antic, they're going to be fighting today for that 3rd place spot.
Yep, and that's the conversation, right? First matchup of the day, Odium and Antic, and then we'll follow up with the best of 3 later between Man LFO and Bliss to determine who will be heading to England, and unfortunately who'll have to wait for Stage 2 for their storyline to continue.
And of course, let's not forget that for the first time ever, Oceania gets a direct invite to the second phase of the major. Bliss performed so well in Brazil at 6 Invitational, getting a top 8 performance, that it has earned this entire region the ability to skip the play-ins completely. And so they immediately go to the top 16, and Bliss, if they manage to do that, there will be so much pressure on their shoulders to deliver and hopefully get a main stage performance that they just missed out on at SI.
It's a little bit of heartbreak that, potentially this whole storyline could fall so short with how good Bliss is. That's the problem. Like, obviously, moving through to stage 2, that will be incredible for them. And, the major I think will actually start to maybe put OCE on the map a little bit more. We've seen it from Bliss. The trajectory is upward, but the rest of the teams are still fighting amongst the midst. Speaking of which, let's start talking about our third place matchup for this evening. Unfortunately, Antic, again, the storyline's fallen short for them, but so too for Odium. We thought really both of these teams had such great storylines coming into this stage. One was probably a little bit more convincing than the other, but Antic, regardless, they've tidied up what I would say are very slow to the start.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Antic Esports, we had such high hopes on, but honestly, I don't think it's that they've played really horrible through the stage or anything. I think it's that all the other teams that have gone above them have just improved so much in the last few months that the competition is so tight, and these guys have really had to find their footing. I think that yesterday's match that they showed us against Team Bliss, especially on Chalet, is a really good sign for these guys. At their best, they can be a really advanced, high-performing team, but for these guys, it is hard to find their mojo and actually reach that point where they can be really focused and be flowing as a team of 5. We've seen them struggle a lot through this stage, but when they are at their best, they are quite lethal. 4
gunners and a veteran, Dev. We thought that was going to be the story, but it has missed a little bit. But this is the chance. This is the redeeming game, I guess.
Yeah, and moving into stage 2, these guys will be gunning for a spot at the major. That was their goal in this stage as well. Of course, fell short, but third place would be a big booster of confidence, which they need right now. This is a roster that has Juicy, who is one of the most experienced players in the entire region and has a wealth of experience years gone by playing for these huge teams like Knights back in the day. And then you've got 4 of the best up-and-coming young gunners in the region, Killerman, Frixel, Logic, and Suhan, who have really been coming into their own. I think particularly Killerman and Frixel, it's a big question mark. Last year, they were by far and away the rookies of the year. And now not a single player on this roster is in the top 10, even the top 15 performing players of this region, which is a huge surprise. Yeah. The highest rate on the team is, believe it or not, Suhan, who's actually done a great job slotting into a little bit more of a flex support role. And he's, in a way, one of the more experienced of the young gunners on this team. And yet all of these other young players, like Logic in particular, who we touted last year as probably the rookie of the year, he hasn't been performing.
A bit of a different conversation to turn to, I guess. Odium, who, in my opinion, are the stark contrast to Antic. We thought 4 experienced gunners on Antic were going to get it done. In fact, it's kind of Odium's storyline bringing 2 new players into their roster, Mandy, amongst the returns of Bappin and Saved, who have been absolutely, I guess, just on fire. President looking as good as ever. This roster really delivered this stage.
Yeah, for sure. Odium have been one of my favorite teams to watch personally. The way that they play the game is they play it to win. Every single player on this team, especially the newcomers of Quixie and Dirty, will go into the lobby and they will pick what is necessary to win, even if it means being a bit selfless and doing something that's kind of tricky, doing the dirty work, if you will, as I was saying yesterday. And I think as a result, this team has just got such amazing flow in the server. They can do so many advanced strategies, which I think President has alluded to. He's really gone back and done some homework, improved his philosophy in the game, and it's actually really shown a lot in the way that Odium have been playing it. They've brought in this super advanced style of Siege that we've never really seen them bring out before. It's super well thought out, and yeah, for these guys, it's a stark contrast to me for the conversation about Antic as well. Antic, I find, are really inconsistent. They're consistently inconsistent is what Logic said in his interview, right? Whereas I think Odium are the more consistent roster here. They can constantly find their footing when needed because of the team composition of their players.
The difference in the stats probably tells a better story than we ever could, Dev.
Yeah, very much so. And to me, Odium are the hands down most surprising team in this stage thus far. In a way, they have Antic to thank for the massive roster shuffle that went on, because Antic poached Man LFO's best 2 players, and Man LFO poached Odium's 2 best players, and yet somehow Odium seems to be a better team now than they were before, even when they had Cairo and Player. And now with players like Quixie, who's been a stellar performer. He was at the bottom of the league on the worst team in the region last year. Now he's come up and his guns are blazing in the top 4. Dirty has been performing massively for a player that we really didn't know what to expect out of. And I think Saved as well. The frontman of this roster, he's the 2nd best player in the league, surrounded by Brendo and Sage, the 2 Sage brothers from Bliss. And so I'm really excited to see what Odium will be able to bring into the server. So much firepower on that roster.
Now, if we're looking at player head-to-heads, I guess, Odium and Antic both have their fair share of players here, Mandy, but we've gone with Saved and Logic. Now, was it you or was it Dev who decided upon this?
I picked this one.
Okay.
Kind of for the meme.
Yeah,
because
please.
Yeah.
Logic does have a bit of a reputation, the big log dog does. He loves to start beef. And back last year, Odium had Cairo, and Cairo and Logic, ex-teammates, had a bit of beef. There was a huge 8-7 game where Logic managed a 1 versus 5 ace clutch against Cairo. There was this beautiful rivalry, but a new rivalry has dawned, and I think that Saved and Logic have certainly, they'll be smashing in and out of the server today in the game, and I'm really excited to see whether Logic can fire up, because we saw a lot out of him yesterday in the Bliss game, which is a bit of a testament to maybe the lurking potential that this guy has, because while last year he was great, he hasn't been so great this stage for Antic.
No, he's certainly blossomed a little bit later in the stage this time around, hasn't he?
Yeah, you don't say. So, Goz, fun fact, sponsored by Goz.
Hang on.
Logic is the lowest rated player in entry, tied with a couple players, so he's not like the lowest of the lowest, but he's on the bottom there, whereas like Saved, kind of a different story when you look at his stats, right? Iana main, 24% entry, right? It's like these guys have got a polar different story, but they also kind of play sort of different roles in the server as well. Saved is very much that solid front line, whereas I think Antic operate in a little bit of a different way to that.
Well, we can start turning our attention to the actual match itself, and every BO3 needs a good veto, Dev, and I'll always give it to you here. What are we expecting out of this?
It depends what you're expecting. What are you hoping? There's a lot of good maps for both teams, and as we are at BO3, we'll get to hopefully see all three of them. I'm expecting we won't see Chalet, which we've seen a huge amount of this stage. It depends on whether Antic decide to let it through. It's one of Odium's favorite maps, so I'm curious to see, as Antic gets to their second ban, are they going to get rid of Chalet? No, they're actually going to leave it in. And I guess the logic here is that they did play it against Bliss yesterday, and they actually managed to beat Bliss in it. So we might even see a Chalet pick come out of one of these teams. I wonder if it's going to be a bit of a game of chicken. Who's going to pick Chalet? Who's going to leave it in?
Surely it's not right. Surely the Antic don't pick it.
Oh, interesting. I was going to say the way that I see these first 4 bans going out is I think that these two have banned each other's strengths. So Border going out is a pretty good map for Odium. That's the one that I think they looked really competitive against Bliss on, right? And then Labs is also a comfort map as I see it for Antic too. So the way I see it is they banned each other's strengths, and then they've gone and banned a map that they're comfortable with banning, or it's just not in that map pool or something like that as the second ban. Oregon is the first pick. Don't know what to make of that.
Yeah, well, Oregon, it's funny. There's some real skewed statistics here, Rob. So Antic love Oregon. This year they played it once and they won it. It was a great game from them against Panic 7-0. But they also holistically have a 3-game winning streak on it. Funnily enough, Odium are actually on a 9-match win streak on Oregon, but a lot of those stats go way back in the day and against much lesser
Consulate.
teams.
What?
Wow, the Consulate pick. This is a bit of a curveball for me. We haven't really seen much Consulate
Isn't
out
this
of...
a rematch between the two of them? I could have sworn that they played Consulate against each other.
Antic, yes, in fact it is. Wow, good memory, Mandy. Yes, so Antic just clinched out a 7-5 win over Odium on Consulate in the regular season.
But this is also the map that, if I remember even more correctly, didn't Antic get 0-7 by CS on Consulate too?
They got 0-7, yes, by CS on Consulate.
Yes.
You have a good memory, Mandy.
Yes,
And we do get Chalet in. Wow.
That's exciting.
I'm really excited. I actually feel like we've gone to 3 maps that both of these teams love.
Chalet is a decider. I think that's absolutely tantalizing, Mandy. But the thing about this veto is we are most likely going to a third. And for me, I want to bring the attention to the fact that we've got Antic picking Oregon, but they've also been able to start defense first as well. So, this veto system has really kind of thrown the conversation of BO3s a little into whack.
Yeah.
Do you expect that we will go to 3?
I think so. I think if we don't go through, I would be tremendously surprised between these two teams, especially with the way that the veto has gone down too. I mean, these guys with their picks seem super confident in the way that they've picked this out, especially that Consulate pick from Odium. I think they've seen a lot of weakness in the way that Antic play it, 1 by actually playing them on it, and 2 by watching them lose on as well. So I think really Odium should be taking that second map. That first map, I'm just going to say I think Antic picked it for a reason, whether we know it or not, or whether the stats say it or not. So if it doesn't go to a third map here, I would be quite surprised.
And Dev, obviously a third place match, we're talking about $3,000 difference, 5 SI points in the balance. But overall, when we're looking at Antic and the way that they've played so far this stage, are you convinced enough that they're going to be able to get this over Odium? Because Odium, for me, again, it's been the conversation of consistent versus inconsistent. yes, Antic have looked good going into playoffs, but Odium for me have just looked fantastic throughout the stage.
That's the thing. Odium have been slightly more consistent, but I only want to say slightly because let's remember, Odium also lost their game to Antic for one, and they also lost a game to Panic. And Panic we did not expect to be a top team. They ended up 5th place in the league. I think that Antic and Odium actually have one trait in common, and that is that they are consistently inconsistent. They're such hit and miss, and the same for the players on these teams. For example, Saved is overall the second best player in the league, and yet how many rounds do we see him just die early and have absolutely no impact on the team? And so I think the real battle in this game is about consistency. BO3 is a long game, and while Antic took the win last time these teams faced off each other in the server, that was in a best of 1. Now we get the full 3 maps.
It's going to be a long series. I think we should be well and truly prepared for this by now, Mandy. The playstyles from both teams have kind of changed quite dramatically over the break, you know, with the roster additions on both sides of the coin. Things have changed a little bit for me with Odium's discussion. You mentioned it earlier about their ability to kind of, I guess, adapt on the fly a little more than what we saw from them last stage, and maybe even their set strats look a little more honed. Is that fair to say?
I think that's very fair to say. There are some things that they can bring into the server, or it's like that is quite a well thought out defense, like a much more well thought out defense than you would normally see in the OCE League. I think they've really gone and done their homework, especially strategy wise, and done some pretty advanced stuff, like all things considered. Now it's a bit hard to explain in one go on the desk, but I think the way that they're playing the game at the moment is just a lot more well thought out and well drilled, especially when you've got players on the team that are willing to try new ideas and new things and stuff like that. And Prez, especially with his philosophy change, I think he's really matured into a great leader, to be honest, in the region. Someone that I think, you know, started out from the ground zero days, didn't win a single match, but is now looking at like a really competitive IGL.
He's changed a lot over the years, and I think the sentiment, both from a player's perspective and a talent's perspective, has changed on him dramatically, Dev, as he started to, I think mature that's probably the best word to say.
Yeah, Prez is in a funny position where he's been around long enough to be classified as a veteran, but he was never on one of those big veteran teams like Juicy, who's his equivalent on Antic. But I think this stage, Prez has really made a bit of a name for himself, and what he's managed to do with essentially a bit of a ragtag team. Let's be real, Odium has kind of become a bit of a ragtag team. You don't have Kyra, you don't have Player, you don't have any of these big hitting guys that have played on the top teams in the past. Now they themselves, on their own back, have become a top team, and if they could be 3rd place in the region, I would have a lot of confidence that in another 6 months, maybe they will be able to challenge for a major.
Now, unfortunately, as much as I'd like to continue waffling, we do have a game to get to, but the PC is blown up. Apparently one of the players' PCs is not connecting.
God.
No, it's just not connecting to the server. So we're going to go to a short break, and on the other side, we'll determine who's in the 3rd seed.
Let's go back.
Talent drama, take 1.
All right, this is a really tough call. I'm actually not quite sure about this one. I'm going to have to think for a really long time. I know my answer.
Wow, so shocked.
Oi! Oh, what's that? I feel dogged by this.
Copper straight.
Yeah, Dev definitely got this straight.
Actually, to be fair, I'll be on in 5 minutes, and you'll be on in like 5.
Oh, actually, no, that's true. That is true. I am.
First frag. Actually, I don't know. I've seen this guy farm a little bit. I went wrong.
What? That's what I'm talking about, baby. Big dog! Big dog!
Come on. Thank you.
Why did he listen? I'm on drones.
I figured you'd be just spawn picking.
I'm on drones.
He doesn't know how to get. So what happens is someone drones someone into the building, and the other player is an entry.
It was who gets the first pick, not who gets picked.
Not who watches it on a drone. Well, this might be a controversial take. I don't know. Only if I'm on drones can this person pull this off.
Wow, absolute bullshit.
Yeah.
Hey, let's go.
I really have just continued to just not read the room.
You haven't played enough with
The
us,
thing is,
mate.
Rob doesn't want to work together with anyone.
No, I just want to run in and find as many heads as I can. We play it like another game that I shan't say.
This is a tough one.
I mean, it's not like you can't really kill yourself with nades anymore.
You can. I've seen it.
Well, you might if I haven't. I just picked the worst person.
It's the most obvious.
well.
It's the most obvious.
He already knows.
It's the most
He already
obvious.
knows.
This turn.
Yep. Is that a first 5 out of 5?
Yeah, that's the 5 out of 5. Well done, brother.
Should be proud of yourself.
Oh, this one's
This is actually tough.
I know who I'm going with.
Okay, I have a story for this one.
Come on, Amanda.
Oh, she got a story.
Oh!
Wait, what?
Wait,
I
who did
have
you
had
say?
to call both of you to get on an Asia show before.
Oh, yes!
That is true.
That is.
I remember that.
And then I called both of them over and over and over.
Laura woke
And
me up
so-
and was like,
yes.
why is Mandy calling you over? And I was like, I don't know why. And then I like clicked in 2 seconds later. I was like, oh, I've got a broadcast. I was like, now. I've actually got a good one here. I've got a good one, and I wanna see what everyone else says.
3,
Oh no, this is a 5 out of 5.
1, Dev. But to be fair, not his fault. Most of the time, his luggage gets lost. Not due to his
Also,
issue.
my shoes were stolen from my hotel room in Brazil, and I've never got them back. So,
Are you barefoot right now?
yes, I don't actually own any shoes anymore.
Get the grippers out.
Yeah, I've.
Oh, this is an easy one. This is easy. Flip it over.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
There is a reason.
Yeah.
There's
No,
a
it's
reason
not
we
Mandy.
That is
call it.
bull. It's
There's-
not guns.
Look, there's a reason we call him the content. It's not because he's good at content. It's because he creates.
Sorry,
it
did I
without-
write Guz? I meant to write me.
Oh, wow, that was really good. Good segue.
Did I make a mistake?
Thank you very much for watching Talent Drama. We will see you after the break.
Sao Paulo! You have waited 5 long years for Siege to come back to Brazil. Now, the Ginásio do Ibirapuera is the home to the Hammer as we get set to write the next chapter in R6 Esports history. This is the 6th Invitational 2024. Vamos para Barulho! Ventures Pro versus W7M!
To tail can be told they continue to push, they continue to seek, and they charge into the finals of 6th Invitational 2024.
Grand final of the 6th Invitational 2024 starts right now. Face Clan, W7M, vamos para Barulho!
And it's all falling apart for W7M once again, but it is happening for FaZe! Round away from cementing themselves as world champions from 6-1 down.
Can W7M respond?
You wanted to fight him! He cannot. We know he can't. Into red time. He can't finish it. He's no brother. Infinite overtime. It's upon us. We get it. We get it. This is how legends are created. Is this the moment where we can crown a new champion, a new dynasty to be created? And yes, we will. Yes, we will. W7s, they cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time.
Welcome back to the Oceania League Playoff Grand Final day. We've had a bit of a bump in the road here. Unfortunately, for our third place match, the opening map has actually been forfeited. One of the players was unable to get themselves into the lobby in time due to the timer, and as per the rulebook, it does mean this now ends up being a best of 2. To clarify, that is on the side of Odium. So it does mean Antic have essentially won their map pick of Oregon, and we will be heading to Consulate to kickstart this third place match.
Yeah, it might be a little bit harsh to say, but it's probably the freest win that Antic are going to get in this particular match.
That's how that works out, guys. Well astute observation. Consulate we go. This is the map pick of Odium, and you know, it's interesting. I was watching the lobby chat before, and I can't remember who said it from Odium, but they were like, you need it. You need this this forfeit, so they've got a bit of a helping hand. 50% on the socials in terms of who's going to win the series. That would have been, of course, locked in before the forfeit for what it's worth. I think now Antic certainly in a much better position, up 1-0 in this series. It does shorten this series a little bit, but hey, gets us a little closer to the grand final.
Yeah, it should be a fun curtain raiser between the two. I think the social media vote is probably a little bit more even than I would anticipate. Odium should be going in as relatively firm favorites, considering Antic have been so inconsistent, but maybe getting that free map will aid them as we jump into the game. Odium will be kicking it off on defense, so the onus will be on Antic to set some pressure. Their attacking win rate for the stage has been poor, only 38.5% compared to Odium at 54. So that's probably going to be the key difference maker between the two.
Yeah, for two teams that certainly had aspirations to being considered a contender to Team Bliss, they've both fallen short of that mark, unable to make the grand final, with Man Alifo taking that top 2 position. For two teams now, this is at least a chance at some kind of redemption. Antic pushed Bliss all the way yesterday, took a map off of them, forced a 3-game series. For Odium, it's been a turbulent stage, up and down, but now a chance to maybe solidify a 3rd place finish and then head into the break, looking for renewed optimism going into stage 2 at the latter stage of the year.
Yeah, the Yana target ban there on to saved, hence his message in chat. He's the 2nd highest rated player in the league at the moment, a plus 24 KD and plus 8 on entry, typically running around with that ARX ACOG. So he's probably going to have to transition onto the Ashe for this particular game. He is still a particularly strong operator at the moment. Defensively, very stock standard with the Solace and Fenrir combination, and then backtracking, Ram as well. We know that she can be quite powerful, especially on that basement side for creating vert. And the banter in chat is quite elite already.
Tell you what, that's pretty spot on. That's well spotted there. Odium to defend first here on Consulate. Antic will be attacking. It is Odium's map pick as well. So Antic technically winning their map pick. 7-0. For what it's worth, that is actually the way that the rules would stipulate a forfeit, a 7-0. But as is the case in a 3rd place match, the number of round wins really don't matter. This is not group stage. There are no round differential, matter of fact, and therefore it's just largely irrelevant. It's essentially just 1-0 in the series. And it now turns into a best of 2. For Odium, they need to win the 2 remaining maps of Consulate and Chalet. For Antic, just 1 more will do, and that could be Consulate. First half will be on the attack, and what's interesting about it is yesterday, we kind of look at the game they had against Team Bliss. Across all 3 maps, it was their attacking halves. Well, I guess maybe not the last map where they got pretty much taught a lesson, but certainly the first 2 guys. It was their attack that really, honestly, put them in a really good position, and the position enough on the 2nd map to go on and get the win.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, we'll see how they go today. We did see a lot of that shield play from Juice yesterday on the Monty, and so that will persist here into Grand Final Day. And that will be a really good tool in helping gain map control for the team. Odium respond accordingly with good operator selections themselves, namely that Legion saved is going to be a key player in slowing down that shield play. Double hard breach, or in fact, triple hard breach rather, for Antic. And so we'll expect them to get that main wall open. There's also the opportunity to go for the lurk east side as well. And with the flank watch available from Killman on the Nomad, that's probably going to be a pretty viable strategy. As you can see, 2 of those operators on the hard bridge spawning on this particular side of the map, and that gives them entry point for the back lurk, which Dirty on the smoke will look to contest.
Yeah, certainly expecting these 2 teams though to play aggressive, considering the stakes aren't necessarily all that high, cannot go to the major anymore. 3rd place versus 4th place, the difference is essentially $3,000, 5 SI points. It's really not quite comparable to the grand final later to come in terms of stakes in this particular match. So I'm anticipating both teams to play a little bit more freely, but right now it's all structure from Antic, and with a back push with the Montang. Logic playing in behind, very similar to what we saw from them yesterday. At times worked, other times it, well, honestly kind of stagnated their offense. Dirty down in towards Electrical, holding close, and still has 1 more gas babe in the back pocket. And it is Quixie that gets the opening kill. Again, I'm expecting defense here on Consulate to look to be quite snappy. Deny entry positions, roam around, be a bit of a nuisance, and it works. They get the opening kill onto Killerman. That's the Nomad taken off the board. 90 seconds left in the opening round.
Yeah, by dealing with that Nomad, it then just enhances the ability for this defense to roam around. Less hard flank watch for them to deal with. And so the onus really going to be on the likes of Juicy, unlocking the space down below. Dirty did a good job in wasting quite a bit of time. Did expend all his gas canisters, though, to deny about half the round for this particular entry. But the drop will now come through, and this back pressure is going to be quite important for Frixel as well. You can see pinching on the other side. He has line of sight for the main breach. So there's not going to be that many places safe to play on towards the objective itself. And so it's important that Odium don't feed picks.
Frixel just outside main breach, but he has already been taken quite low. Does have a few flashes in towards Cafe now for Juicy. Still under a minute. Juicy actually just going to go for this plant. No real direct pressure here from Odium. President might go for a bit of a look. It's Dirty, though, a little closer. He does not find him immediately. Does get the kill, and that will be Juicy down. But Tuhan finds 2 in quick succession immediately after that plant did go down successfully. Yellow ping info is available here for Antic. Logic then plays off of that, gets a good kill, and President's quite low, close by to the kit itself. Logic, though, here's the running footsteps of Bappin. Traded, though, quickly by President in a 1 versus 1 now with Tuhan, who already got 2 kills earlier into this round. Couple of impacts still available for Prez. Needs to get onto that kit flash though, but he gets away from it. Oh, the foot just completely sticking out, but he can't shoot it. What am I watching here? Too Hard gets the kill.
And he was so low, the president could have just shot the foot again. I mean, the amount of crazy late rounds that we have classed as this playoff bracket is wild.
I honestly think he thought it was glitched.
And he had double impact.
I think he thought it was glitched.
Maybe. I'd just be spamming impacts in that position. Would have got the kill. Would have had time to get back on the kit. Yeah, should have been a Prez round there, but look, honestly, it was a decent attack there from Antic. Good plant position, good back pressure. We could see with that line of sight from the Mav, you couldn't really deny it effectively. And so Odium then in the post, always under a little bit of pressure to reclaim site control. It's a big win for Antic, as I mentioned. Their attacking win rate is quite poor, so all of these rounds are critical.
I mean, maybe throughout the group stage, it's picked up certainly in the playoffs.
Well, overall, 38.6 compared to Odium 54.4.
I'd love to see a kind of like before and after statistic there of the playoffs versus the group stage, because we saw it yesterday against Bliss. Their attacking rounds were actually quite strong.
Well, until
the last one. Until Bank. Fortunately, there is no Bank in this particular third place series, so they might be fine. Technical going to get called out here from Bappin, which, by the way, Bappin is the player who was quite late. PC issue.
Oh, it wasn't his PC though.
Oh, it's not him. Well, I'm not wrong.
That's why he lost the clutch.
It was. So apparently he's playing on his brother's computer. If anyone wants that information, it's largely irrelevant. But unfortunately, with this technical crash here on President's side of the field, it will be a delay in this game. We will head to a rehost and most likely a break to come very shortly. Hence why there's no camera right now for Bappin. He's had to have an emergency switch off. He's got a new chassis.
Yeah. I wonder what kind of frame rate he's getting. Is it like a real dodgy setup?
I have no idea.
Yeah. Well, just a bit of a lull in the action then. Odium, of course, unideal circumstances for them, but it is what it is.
Yeah, we're going to head to a break while we get this sorted in the rehost. When we return, we'll head straight back to Consulate. Welcome back to the illustrious third-place matchup here in the Oceania League Grand Final night. It's Antic and Odium into the second map. Antic winning the first map due to a forfeit into a technical pause in the break of the start on this second map of Consulate, which has now been resolved. We can continue. Antic 1-0 up for Odium. We'll see what they can do on the defense to respond to that opening round, which was quite well worked by Antic.
Ready to go.
Yeah, the team sides have switched, which is throwing me off, but that's okay.
Reloading.
5 seconds to
So we saw that Monty in the first round from Juicy, and that's not going to persist here into round 2. So we'll see what they're going to cook up. A bit more of an emphasis here on info gathering with that Jackal and Lion combination from the attack. Equally though, from Odium, bringing some interesting operators as well into the second round. Pulse here on Consulate is really, really powerful. There's a lot of opportunities, especially on the split site, which we're heading to. Map clear in response then from Antic. They'll start off on the western side through Garage. And probably indicative that we'll see more of a horizontal hit from them here and then force that defense from above back down below to deny plan.
Yeah, Antic as well is the kind of team that when they're probably at their best, they do pick up the pace, go for good set plays, cover good ground and get map control. And a map like Consulate, that can certainly favour them on the attack. Logic straight in towards Visa already. Played off of this drone, good information in the fact that there's no one really holding this key position, and has the Jackal pings now going out, I believe, onto Saved. Being played by Killerman the Jackal. What's he trying to play off of this? Guman a little bit annoying, maybe expecting someone to play off of that sound cue, not necessarily immediately. Save wants to, oh, he just spotted him. Save very fortunate to also be alive there. Logic does go down at the hands of Quixie, so it was a bit of a 2-on-2 roam there battle. Killerman couldn't really get involved despite tracking initially with the Inox scanner. Looks like he wants to go again. Noise mate though on the barricade, and Bappin holding a good position. Killerman though opts for a different flank. Down the hallway, through the corridor. Bappin shot initially, and then a quick swing back from Killerman is strong with a headshot through the barricade. He's now very low, 1 HP. Just drops prone, expecting that swing from Saved. But Saved will think better of it. Still low in health on that Malusi as well, and he'll just hold back in towards Piano.
Yeah, I mean, both players are low. Neither will really want to swing.
Yeah.
Save though, sensing that he needs to get back towards the objective. Taken down on the cross. 3 versus 3 then. 70 seconds on the clock. As you can see, Antic have taken decent ground.
Oh, Kit's, I think, stuck over towards Visa.
Yeah, the main door. I'm assuming off the back of an explosive.
I would imagine that was President. Nitrocell, good play with the Pulse. 3 versus 3. Under a minute, so still a bit of time. Don't have to panic here, but Killerman is quite low, and with the floorboards broken up on that entry, this is a little dangerous position. President tracking along the fact that they've picked up the kit. That's a freebie. You've got to be a bit more mindful of the fact. Hadn't had the push from Tuhan. Needed to just wait. A little bit more patience was needed there for Antic to save that round. Well worked, well played from Odium.
Yeah, as mentioned, you could really see the value of the Pulse in that round. Not only able to get the Nitro and deny the Diffuser, but then able to double down as Antic tried to collect it. And then with a read elsewhere, Odium able to close out that round. Far more convincing than the prior round as we look at the replay package. Bappin got a little bit unfortunate there through that west corridor position. Really big 2K there from Killerman. Unfortunately, President not really accounted for. Really sharp 2K here. Easier said than done with UMP. Left Frixel on an island and he was taken down. So good work there from Odium. Split site as well, important to note. And they now go up above to the more default objective.
Yeah, really well played as well from President. 3-0 since the rehost. I mean, we don't really have the stats from the opening round, unfortunately, so we kind of just carry on without due to that rehost resetting the statistics. Fortunately, only the 1 round missing. Antic will go again with a big change up this time, though. The Gridlock Buck all being switched in at the last second here due to the attacker repick. In theory, could indicate a faster approach at times on the site. We might see the Amari come up through the hatch, go for a plant. Other times, certainly can just go through the window. Imagine that Odium will be ready for this, hence why we see the Frost. Frost mats are going to be employed. Warden on site as well for any kind of flash and smoke gameplay that we're going to see from Tuhan, Juicy, and Logic.
Yeah, Juicy has the 5th highest plant stat here in OCE, and with that diffuser in hand, I'm certainly sensing that they're going to go for an aggressive play, whether that be through the CEO window directly or maybe from below. Bappin, though, is contesting that position below, and so he'll need to be cleared if that is the game plan here. Also has line of sight towards that window position, so really good counterplay on offer here for the defense. Antic will be forced down below if that's the play. Otherwise, they're going to have to try and pivot here a little bit. Early stairs control.
Risky.
Nade for space. They don't drop off the back of that, though, and Saves can reposition.
Yeah, and they knew Saves was there, by the way, during that frag grenade that was being pulled out by Killerman, so he's a bit fortunate. Saw the yellow ping information. He did get droned initially, despite the fact I think Saves maybe felt like he got misdroned. Bappin just holding behind Piano. Drop not going to quite come. Flash eventually did. Frixel to try and get the trade. Will do so. Bappin at least does get one from that position, which is not too bad, and deals with the buck. No skeleton key for the remainder of this round. Track Stingers go out, but Dirty just on the other side of it. Tries to go for the shot through the wall, but unsuccessful. Kind of boxed in a little there. Inside of Expo, 90 seconds. Killerman trying to play off into Montang. Well spotted though by Saved. Expecting that player to be behind the shield. Odium once again take the player advantage.
Yeah, there's not many conditions now for Antic to get back into this round. Frixel's likely going to have to do something special down below if he wants to find Dirty. You can see he has that Kiba barrier to play off, and so that position below is well fortified by the defense. The Monty hasn't provided a ton of value in this round either. Frixel with that pressure from below, seeing if he can clear a path for Juicy to get in for the plant, but Logic falls in the meantime over towards box. It eventually comes through for Frixel. Juicy though on an island, forced back out. A minute on the clock here in the 2v3.
Yeah, now that lost Frixel as well, that makes the round really difficult for Juicy. Playing the Amaru. Does have the diffuser, 40 seconds, a bit of time that he can play alpha, but really does need to isolate these players, create a couple of 1 versus 1s, so that he doesn't get traded on this initial contact. He's made position now known over towards bot spiral. Not a lot of time. Default only just now being taken out. Not really in a position to either get in a good position, and Dirty does get a quick kill onto Juicy, knowing full well exactly where he was, playing off those yellow pings. So, 2-1. Despite the opening round going the way of Antic, Odium have responded well here on the defensive Consulate.
Yeah, I really like that setup down below from defense. Initially it was the Legion playing that position, then got replaced with Azami, and it proved to be very difficult to clear, and compounded other issues for Antic in that round. They couldn't get value from the Amaru. Juicy never realistically got in a position where he could plant, because those positions on site were difficult to clear from below. So that was a good defensive hold from Odium. And being their map pick, that should be the expectation going forward, that they'll extend the lead here in this half. And for Antic, it's really just about trying to collect that second attacking round.
Yeah, the Grim is available. We see 2-Hunt on that now. I hope he sticks it. Very strong with the Quant Hive launcher in displacing some of these positions of which Odium have been playing. Some pretty aggressive positions and angles. Making it very difficult for Antic to get the map control that they certainly would like to achieve. A lot of these attacking rounds, though, from Antic haven't really filled me with much hope, though, for this half. Yes, they won the opening round. I thought it was well worked, but since then it's been a little bit hit and miss. Expo and Piano now for the 4th round. Saw the extension up above as well from Odium. So there'll be a little bit of defensive pressure, too, from below, not just allowing that bot yellow position to be overtaken straight away. Pappin. Cheeky won't find anything.
Changing max.
So secondary hard breach up above them, passage in towards the top floor here for the attack. And that will facilitate potential vertical pressure, although the attack has elected not to bring the buck. And with that ramp band out, it's going to be a challenge. I wonder what the play is here. Maybe the Amaru to activate through con window?
But I hope that's not frost mattered.
Is it?
Oh,
he's good.
Good to go. Makes his way in towards meeting and up close immediately on the backside. Never really cleared out. Quixie gets a quick kill. No frost mat, but the frost itself was there and waiting. Killer, though, pushed straight in towards CO. Gets a double in this round. Opens things up for Antic, playing that more fast-paced, aggressive style that we typically see from them. Logic playing in from behind on that breach as well. Outside on the balcony. Can push in with the Candelas. Yellow ping information for 2-Hunt. And suddenly an opportunity for Antic to find a second attacking round. 2-Hunt holds this angle. Doesn't need to do much more, but he does also have the diffuser. Some really good vert hold now for Antic. Sight down below Expo and Piano. Juicy further compounding the lead now for Antic and a 4-on-2. Suddenly Bappin and Saved with it all to do in this round to bring it back for Odium, despite now being quite heavily down in numbers, and map control is, well, dwindling.
Yeah, Nomad on the board here as well. So these flanks should be a challenge to execute. But it's really the only win condition available here for Odium. A lot of pressure here on Bappin to hit it cleanly. You can see the attackers holding that vert. Saved falls, and that prompts Bappin to push forward.
Good kill from Logic. Bappin, the last one alive. Knows exactly where he should be as well. Do Antic, knowing that he's on that hallway close by to vending. Really just taking this one-on-one battle with Logic, and he does hit the headshot. 3 more to go. 50 seconds for Antic. Need to start getting that diffuser down on site, and that's exactly what Tuhan's going to do now in towards Expo. Bappin making his way down Spiral.
Attackers are activating the diffuser.
Certainly still winnable for Bappin. Talented player. Probably didn't have the performance yesterday that he would have liked in a do-or-die semi-final. Impact through the drone hole. Does actually get the sound cue that there is a player there. Opens up, chance to get the kill, and does collect Tuhan. 2 more to go. Still time. No swing from the hallway. Thought that maybe someone would go for the back push flank, but they hold position. 20 seconds. Should know there's one on that wall near the drone hole. To his close right, he's already made his way over. So Bappa's not going to be aware of this, that the cross has already been made. Now on the left side is the pressure, and Juicy. Good angle, gets the kill. Antic will find their second attacking round. 2-2 through 4 rounds.
Yeah, better cohesion there from the attack in that round. We saw that Amaru sort of acting as a bit of a bait, and that facilitated Killman to drop down that yellow skylight, apply back pressure, get the frost. Saved was then never really in a playmaking position. Had he tried to make his way up Spiral, likely would have died. He sensed that, then went back to site, and because of the vertical pressure that Antic had, there wasn't much that he could really do from that position. All then up to Bappin, and significant man disadvantage and a lot of time on the clock. So, sort of clear overall there as we have a look at that replay package. So Frixel gets in, and despite dying, that offers the space for Killman to push through, gets that kill, and then the vertical pressure, really, really good. A lot of pressure on Bappin at the end, as you mentioned, probably didn't perform as well throughout this playoff bracket as he would have liked. Valiant effort in the clutch, but one of those ones where, yeah, you're pretty much never going to win it.
Last time these two teams played was on the second last play of the group stage. It was on this particular map. 2 defensive rounds for Odin was all they could muster up. But they've got 2 now, 2 more rounds to go. So anything else would be a bonus in comparison to last time, and they did lose that version of Consulate. And oh, gee, if Antic are able to get a couple more attacking round wins here, they'll be, once again, looking at a deficit that they certainly have to overcome pretty quickly. But through these 4 rounds, the scoreboard doesn't tell the full story. I think ODM have certainly been in a bit more control here. I did choose this map for a reason, maybe redemption on the cards after that group stage loss on this map to this team. Once again, now Juicy back onto the Montang.
So it's looking like a very similar attack here from Antic that we saw last time on this objective. Monty and Hard Breach, they'll posture towards what we call the rear side for this objective, over towards the east.
Deploying sensor.
I presume we'll then see one of the Hard Breaches over on the main garage wall at one point as well. Because the last time we did see that Mav pressure and it made it difficult to hold inside of garage. Tuhan is probably going to be that player to rotate. Extension up above though here from Odium, so looking to hard counter this particular push on this half of the map. Wall itself is actually soft, so the objective I think is actually split, so my apologies.
IQ very strong here as well with the Valkyrie in play, but also the Pulse being able to spot him down below when using that cardiac sensor. So a couple of shots from Killerman in his direction to begin this round. A save does go down really early. Tuhan just barely staying alive, but it's a big kill. An advantage for Antic here on a difficult side at times. Even just making your way into Visa. There's the jump out there. That's a great double kill from Quixie. They were not prepared for it. And Killerman and Tuhan both fall. No claymores in place, not bringing the Nomad, and they get punished. It's a good double kill from Quixie. 5 kills now in this match. Gaspabe out towards Electrical. Logic forced back, still trying to play behind the shield of Juicy. Final Logic Bomb just ringing out now from Frixel. Has no more. Not a whole lot of utility. What's interesting is Logic still has 2 claymores in the back pocket. If they were going to be holding towards Visa, probably needed to get those out early in that position for the jump out, but hindsight. 60 seconds left in this round. Juicy towards the bomb chassis. One tap. President not paying attention. Juicy now in a position to get this plant down. Frixel got good cover. Oh, what a close swing. Like a jump scare from Bappin, and Frixel goes down 2 versus 3. Juicy had to get off with the plant, but a help from Logic though. Does get that kill onto Bappin, who was close in sight. 40 seconds. And now Logic in a really good position, gets the running dirty. Quixie now, who started this round off nicely for Odium in a 1 versus 2. But a Montang to deal with in a post-plant, never an ideal time. And Logic has been playing quite well so far in this match. Doesn't need a peek. Guard break is strong. Juicy goes down, deals with the Montang. Position known and quite low for Quixie. Logic, 30 seconds and can certainly delay the inevitable. Holding the angle, Logic wins out. Little teabang at the end as well for good measure. And another attacking round for Antic.
Again, another really interesting late round there where you would anticipate the Monty to be a huge win condition in the 2 versus 1. You almost never see the attack lose that in the post, but Juicy allowed that ground to just be taken so quickly. Logic understandably sitting back, not wanting to overexpose himself and then put the Monty on an island. Yeah, Juicy allowed that guard break to take place. Logic though, clutched up, backtracking in the round. Big jump out there from Quixie. President got his head popped like a watermelon. Yeah, I don't know the thought process there from Juicy. Probably needed to stand at the door extended, but nonetheless, Logic clutches up. And a teabag for good measure. And, more critically, 3 attacking rounds for Antic on their opposition's map pick, which is pretty big.
Yeah, and again, though, in terms of opposition map pick, considering these two teams played on this map not that long ago, just a couple weeks ago, and Antic got 4 attacking rounds in that half. I don't know who the pressure's really more on. Do Antic need to get 4 attacks again to replicate that result? Their defense wasn't particularly amazing. They did also give up 3 attacking rounds to Odium, so it wasn't a clean sweep on the defense.
Attackers objective being out to locate a bomb and defuse.
Feels like a pretty big round here. Antic win this round, and the momentum will be surging with them going into the second half and then on to the defense. I'd agree, it'll be quite difficult for Odium. This feels like a big round if they want to keep this third place playoff match alive, considering they are already down 1-0. It's top right, the forfeit there due to Odium not being ready in time.
I'm watching for the jump out again.
So you got Claymores.
I mean, Quixie is somewhat close by, but I don't think he'd be brave enough to go for that twice. Hard breach again here on the single wall. This time the ace. Pretty easy for Logic to deal with that. End of the mute in play, and I'm sure President probably prioring droning utility, or denying drone utility. Quixie chipping away at said utility at the moment. And the bees are now deployed from Juicy, trying to maybe trap Quixie here inside of Manager. Powerful position to play as a defender, but can be quite high risk.
Well, the bees are smart there onto that doorway because it denies Quixie from pushing through, otherwise it gets reg pinged. So it has to stay in, Managers can't swing out. Allows entry for Antic, giving them some really good position. They haven't really cleared out this position though, so they've got to be careful they don't forget about this, and they have to do their due diligence. Come back, clear this, and no, they don't clear it. You would think Juice is kind of wise enough by now to have just cleared this position. Very common location to hold prone. Save finds a kill onto Logic. They go back for Tuhan. Still over a minute in this round with Frixel holding that kit. At least a little bit of map control for Antic, but needing to hunt down Quixie. They've all kind of just halted a little bit. Got to bring Tuhan over. Try and go for a bit of a pinch. He is still stuck inside of Managers. They don't go together. You got 60 seconds, but they've also got sight. Maybe they just want to play that instead. Force him to push through. Force that player in Quixie to make his way over. Didn't even get a chance because Batman just gets a double kill. Bang, bang on sight. And there you go. Close out the half 3-3. 3 defensive rounds for Odium. Not too shabby. Much better than the last time these two teams met on this map.
Yeah, probably not the note in which Antic would have wanted to conclude the half. As you mentioned, a relatively common spot went unchecked, and they had every tool available to clear that, and arguably find a free kill actually for that entry. Site control was actually relatively weak there as well from Odium in that particular round, but didn't really count for much with that diffuser having to be collected, and then Bappen popping off elsewhere. So 3-3 half, and we'll see how Odium are able to attack into their pick. I have confidence in their ability to close this out in regulation, but we'll see where Antic are at.
Banshee set.
Another fine performance from Quixie was a standout yesterday for Odium as well. Was probably the standout against Man LFO. When, to be completely honest, others didn't quite rise to the occasion. Your Bappens and your saves, maybe the expectations for them got to them in that semi-final. Quixie was the Lone Ranger. Having another standout performance here in this third place match.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, difficult one to sort of see how this will unfold. Antic, last time out on this map, did get 3 defensive rounds.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Round by round basis for these two teams that I think are pretty equally matched.
So no shield from Odium here, round 7 on their first attack. We're seeing what I coin as the double displace meta, which is relatively frequent right now across a multitude of sites in the game, and that is the combination of the Capital and the Grim, both having the strong ability to flush out power positions. The likes of Juicy holding top yellow stairs. Sometimes we see extensions to the vending machine to the east as well. So those tools can be really effective in flushing out those particular positions, but still reliant on good teamwork and coordination to sync the timing on that utility. Aggressive here from Tuhan, inside of break. We didn't see this kind of extension from Odium on their defense. But Antic looking to get in the face of their opposition, and I don't mind it. Until that happens.
Yeah. Oh, trade back though, good little angle there, spotted by Tuhan. Gets one, and a second in quick succession. Quicksilver wanting to maybe go for the reaggress and loses his life.
And it's the Capital and Grim, they're both dead. So that really now makes it even more challenging for the attack.
Oh, good angle here again for Tuhan. Couple of pre-fire shots here on the jiggle pick on the angle. It's saved. He does take a bullet to the shoulder. He can fall back to vending. No keeper barrier, no deployable shield, but
how do you get him
stuck in.
How do you get him out of here? Maybe a Flores Rotero to flush him out, but you don't have those tools now. So Tuhan can just sit here and have a team swing on contact, a teammate swing on contact.
Can flash, swing. No kit, by the way, in the hands of Odium right now. Vulcan Canister actually helps out for it, so can't just swing him close right now. Good position for Tuhan. 60 seconds left in this round. Moves away from vending. At this point, you can start to peel back closer to site. Key positions like Long Death still being held. President top spiral. Saved and Bappin pushing together. Bappin trying to push up service, but he loses that battle. High ground advantage there for Tuhan and Frixel, and they're able to both claim 2 instantaneously. And another swing from Frixel, and a really solid defensive round from Antic to start the second half.
Yeah, that was really clean. A confident and aggressive playstyle in that round, and they backed it up. Technical pause caused from Prez. But yeah, that admin extension was really quite potent from Antic. I like what we saw. And then, back to the fundamentals of that pure defense mentality of getting your ones, winning your fights, having the advantage, and then slowly falling back to the objective and killing the Capital and the Grim, those key tools, only fortified their position. They played into it really, really nicely, which is good because composure for Antic, well, they haven't often been in the same sentence this stage. So that was good to see.
Yeah, and even just looking at the player cams, I mean, we don't have the internal look, but the external look at the faces, there's a bit more joy, there's a little bit more happiness on the side of Antic, whereas for Odium, it's all kind of just everyone's looking down on their phones. They don't quite look as maybe in the match, if you will. Despite that, it's only a 4-3 scoreline, but I just feel like the vibes look a little bit better for Antic, which is good signs for them. Even Juicy's got a little wry smile happening there in the bottom right corner.
That's an Easter egg. You didn't see that every day.
It's not often. Man could win a championship and he'd still find a way to give us
the deadpan.
Can
I change my prediction?
I don't think so, not at this point.
I'm feeling good for Antic. If Juicy's smiling, I'm feeling good for them.
Yeah, hopefully not too long here on the technical issue resulting from President. Logic is back, I imagine, from the toilet.
No, maybe he's just getting a couple curls in.
On the broccoli head?
That was pretty harsh.
That was called for, though. Called for.
Wonder how Logic's been going on entry today. We low-lighted him on the desk, and unfortunately he has been involved in the one engagement so far in this game, and he lost it, so now it's -9. Oh, no. So now he is officially the worst entry player in OCE, but hopefully he can bring that back. I'm not saying that with too much joy.
Who's been winning the entries, though, in general? Has it been?
Well, it's been quite split, but Quixie leading the pack 3 so far.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, it has kind of felt like at times Odium have looked maybe a little bit better earlier portions of these rounds, whereas the latter portions, the Allenside execution, late round, not a lot of time left. I think Antic have just looked a little bit better. They're getting plants down in the first half. Odium, their defense probably didn't look even as compact as what we just saw then from Antic. Again, only one round, small subsample, but 4-3 scoreline. Now onto the defense for Antic, certainly looking in the better of the two in terms of position. They're also not having really tech issues tonight. I mean, it's another thing as well. It kind of plays on the mental for these players of Odium. You've got Bappin that's not playing on his PC. You've got President that keeps having issues. It's really hard to kind of just keep your focus in the game itself. So we go back and have a look at some of the replays here of the second map of Consulate. Yeah, Quixie's certainly been the best so far when it does come to the side of Odium. For Antic, it's been a pretty decent team effort.
Yeah, well, that's backed up by the stats. A 113 EPS for Quixie, performing quite well. And as mentioned, +3 on entry. That spread for stats, though, is far more even for Antic. Tuhan leading the pack at a 102, Juicy trailing at 81 as we get back into the server.
It's been like the longest, shortest game ever.
Oh, it could be quite long if Odium win this round. It's a slow curtain raise.
Yeah.
Just teasing us.
Yeah. A reminder, of course, for those watching along at home, we've got the grand final to come after this, where we will be sending the one and only Oceania team to the Manchester Major. Team Bliss taking on Man LFO, or I guess I should say it's Man LFO taking on Team Bliss, let's be honest. That's the underdog taking on the behemoths of the region. Do you give Man LFO much of a chance, Gus?
10 seconds remaining.
No, not really. Not much.
5 seconds left.
I mean, I am Chef Jeff's biggest hater, apparently, so I gotta stand by.
You gotta play the part.
Yeah.
You gotta play the part.
Heading out to defuse a bomb.
So basement defense here, and Newt's on the roam from Antic. So we're gonna see a heavy offsite hold here from the defense. That will be compounded by the Vigil from Logic. And Killerman as well, once he places down those traps, is free to rain around the map. So pressure here on Odium to ensure that they drone these positions accordingly. President is on IQ. And so he may be looking at Logic right now. From the roof, I think he is. And so Bappin is going to go hunt him. Logic's dead. They know exactly where he is.
Yeah, I think Logic is completely unaware of this.
And you're dead.
Dead. Yep. Really well played. Teabag comes through from Bappin.
Honestly, that is deserved.
That is incredibly deserved. Big kill. Opens up the map as well, straight in towards Admin. You get rid of the Vigil, the Lurk done. I don't think we're going to see that again from Logic in this second half. And because of that positioning, because of that play, no trade was ever going to be possible there from Antic. So down a player, good drone again here. Bappin, no, there's a player down that hallway, wants to just go hunt him down. Well, Bappin is playing like this. He's an absolute animal.
It's Terminator.
Great position, headshot angle. What is that from Juicy? Did he have intel, or is that just a blind peek?
I told you, the smiling assassin, the Don.
Oh my goodness, the Don. Well, 4 versus 4, that's a massive kill, to be honest.
I didn't know boomers could shoot like that.
Most
you
of
don't.
Them, I can't, no. But I'm not the Don.
No, you're not. Oh, minute 30 on the clock. And we'll see how Odium look to now shape up. Diffuser in the hands of Dirty. He's towards this emergency exit. Again, the quote-unquote re-hit for this particular objective. Saved will continue to lurk up above, sensing that there is a threat on his first floor. Still has one air jab remaining and can place that on his flank if he so desires. Ground taken now, bot spiral.
Oh, wow, that was a little slow from Killerman. Certainly had an opportunity to win that battle. Oh, and a headshot found onto Thrixel. Well, that's the defense that has been kind of torn to shreds on site. Tuhan has to fall back in towards Kitchen. 45 seconds left, still one above. That is the Don himself, Juicy. But he loses his life to Quixie off the back of the Logic Bomb position. Known and Tuhan all by his lonesome on site now. Knowing full well that he's most likely going to get aggressed from multiple positions. That's the push from Yellow. Wins that, keep a barrier to try and block the left side, give him just a bit of room to reload, but he never got that space, never got that time. Courtesy of President. Really well worked attacking round from Odium. A lot of that falling by the wayside for Antic due to the shenanigans they brought into that round. The Vigil didn't work, the aggressive roam up above didn't work, they lost players too easily, and then the double kill down in towards bot spiral. That really just solidified the round for Odium.
Yeah, some sharp shots being traded and exchanged in that round, and the ironic part is we saw that Iana target ban from Antic onto saved directly for that particular kit that the Iana brings with the ARX ACOG. Well, Guess who else has that exact same loadout? The Nomad. Saved, filling that role nicely in that round. Quick 2K, bot spiral, and from there the round over for Antic.
So we go to 4-4 now. Much needed round for Odium.
Attackers have discovered the location of
Logic
a bomb.
off of the Vigil onto the Jaeger now. Plays down those ADSs. And actually just judging by this lineup right now for Antic, I imagine it's going to be a bit more of a bunker on site. Solidify this position. Not sure how aggressive they will get on the road. I mean, to be fair, you can place the ADSs and then bugger off. Extension up above going to come through now.
-10 for Logic entry now.
-10.
Well, after that last round. How high is it going to go?
Or how low, I guess.
Depending on which way you want to look at it, yeah.
To me, it still feels like Odium have kind of got a little bit more of a grasp on this match. Ever so slightly, despite the scoreline, despite what we've seen from Antic, especially in that defensive round prior to the last. I just feel like if both teams play to their best, Odium should have enough here in this second half. And breach opened up on Belk. Bapper not to play that immediately. Does have a couple of claymores. And that was a have to keep a barrier. One shot, blows that up. ADS there close by for Chuhan to play with. Logic also still holding top floor. A little bit of pressure here from Antic above site.
Yeah, big focus on the entry this round. Antic,
oh my goodness! Logic's walked right into that, and now -11.
They've only won one entry battle, Antic, through the entire map. It has been their biggest weakness, and again, they'll lose it.
A lot harder to bring these rounds back as well. Now, when on a map like Consulate, if you're attacking and you're getting these opening kills, stretches that defense thin, makes it very difficult to cover all the positions that you want to. It's a lot easier to roam clear. Use the drones, clear out positions, use the numbers, split theory if you want to call it, and overload certain positions. 90 seconds left in this round. A little bit of a slowdown here from Odium, but good pacing. Now playing off of their drone. They've got still good utility. 5 drones remaining. Easy one for Bappen. Killerman's just got no idea. Yeah, starting to sense that this might be just falling apart a little bit for Antic on the defense. They don't quite look as strong as they started the half. Good kill for Frixel. They needed that one desperately, but still good pressure this round coming from Odium, breaking that castle barricade now. Drone on Piano. Juicy's going to find that, shoot it out. 3 drones now remain for Odium. Juicy peeks there, spots the elbow. One close left as well, so he's got good information on 2 players. Castle barricade does break up, so half the team, in terms of their positions for Odium, known to Juicy.
Yeah, I don't know if the rest of the team can actually play off that info though. Still have vertical presence though, maybe they can lean into that. Frixel secondary shotgun can create line of sight. Juicy knows exactly where Saved is, but he needs to win this fight.
Not a lot of time though. Juicy smart, falls back to Closet, knowing full well Save's going to have to be a bit more rushed here with the swing, with the angles, and therefore walks into his line of sight. Now can hold his position, and full well goes back to the information that he had gained earlier. Incredible game sense here from Juicy in this round, but eventually gets overwhelmed. He took 3 battles, lost 1-2. 30 now going for the plant. Tuhan Frixel needs to deny it from above. Easily done for Frixel. No time now for Quixie. It will be a round win for Antic. A scrappy one. Certainly one of the more scrappy rounds that we've had in this match so far, but Antic will happily take that. Gets them to a 5th round. Odium will be kicking themselves despite the start that they had in the round. Another opening kill, but not able to capitalize.
Yeah, it got a bit messy there from Odium. You could see the intention, the double stack through lobby, which we saw relatively well denied by Juicy, but they didn't want to contest up above. I don't know how they thought the plant was going to successfully go down in that kind of position. Sure, Quixie locked one down, but that Legion had free route to deny plant and executed upon nicely there from Odium. They need to continue to grind away at entry Antic. As I mentioned before, they've only won that first fight once in this game. And it just makes it so much more challenging to get back in rounds. You think about all the opportunities that may have presented itself for them to be in a more dominant position now if they were able to tidy that up. But another primary objective awaits top floor. And Antic well, funnily enough, win this, they're now on series point.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy. It doesn't really feel like they've had the stranglehold on this match, but they've been able to get themselves into this position. Credit to it. Imagine a world in which maybe Logic doesn't die within the first 30, 40 seconds, and they could actually have a bit of an advantage in one of these rounds. But it has been a solid team performance for Antic. Frixel, Killerman, Tuhan, Juicy, all with 5 to 6 kills. Logic not that far behind anyway with 4. Despite the fact that certainly a lot of the players on that roster are more than capable of popping off and having big individual nights. They are looking very in sync as a team. Main bridge being opened up towards balcony here for this meeting site. 10th round. Antic looking for match and what would be series point if they can win this. Clutch drone from Quixie. So far, nothing really to hack in front of him right now, but good information being found.
I mean, realistically, the only thing is going to be able to hack are those Malusi Banshees. Now, the defense will be relying on that small sound cue to know if there are lurkers and where exactly they are. And so by hacking that, Bappin might have that route 1 towards side.
Are they pushing down server stairs? I'm not too sure.
Not about pushing down, it's about Bappin pushing up.
So Rio's called at 147. I don't know if that's actually...
that's too late, Chief.
That's way too late.
Yep.
He should know that. That's incredible. I mean, unless he's calling it for the next round, I guess, but... Odium should be very much aware of this. That it is not going to be possible in this round. They have to play it out. 90 seconds left, 5 versus 5. Dirty now looking to open up the Zapin wall. Dreidel Surge, they're just going to go a little bit more fast, pick up the pace. A little too slow on the outside, so they start to pick up the pace on the inside. Logic holding it towards break. It is Killerman that gets the opening kill. Bit of a rare one for Antic. Flames go out, courtesy of the incendiary bolt of Dirty. Now can throw out a couple of smokes as well. That was his final bolt, by the way, for the incendiary. Saved his bug on Repel. Yeah, mate, you can't call a rehost at a minute 40. Come on now. You should know this. 5 versus 3 now. Bappin is dead. And apparently, well, now we know Saved is also bugged on the Repel outside. So this round is probably over from here. There comes President. 2 versus 5. And Dirty's going to go down. This round's over, and it's going to be a match point for Antic unless President finds the ace. He's got 1. 4 more to go. Kit close by, 40 seconds. Not a lot of time. Stuck over towards Admin, and at this point, Antic just don't have to play into him at all. Hold angles, keep key positions, take this a little seriously for 5 seconds, and you win the round 6-4.
President gets 1, but dismissed off the back of the impact. So, yeah, unfortunate circumstances in that particular round for Odium, but it is now match point, series point for Antic.
It's been an unfortunate night for Odium across all cases. I do feel sorry for them. It's been a rough night. Bappin not on his computer, President having issues. Then you get a bug like that mid-round, too late to call the rehost for what it's worth.
Yeah, if it's the bug that I think it is, I got it once, and you can't do anything. You just locked. So unfortunate.
So yeah, 6-4, and because of that type of bug, it's just a round bug, I imagine, and we go into the next round, it's fine. So we don't have to have the actual rehost follow through. 2 match point rounds now for Antic, and those are also series points, considering the forfeit in the opening map. It's, yeah, I mean, the kind of night that Odium would not like to close out their stage, that's for sure. I do feel for them. But still have a chance that they can just fight back mentally here. 2 rounds, 1 at a time. Not impossible to think they can force the OT here, then take the map and head over to Chalet. But Logic back on the Vigil.
I know.
The -11 on the entry battles.
Well, look what Odium have done in response. They've seen that and directly gone straight onto IQ. Now, last time, the IQ sat on the roof, scanned the Vigil, and then just said, hey, Bappin, here's a free kill.
It is basement, though.
Well, look where Logic is. They're going to go top down. They're going to put the IQ on the roof. Oh, they actually go off the IQ. So maybe they're going to look to avoid the roam completely. Maybe they thought it was a little bit too easy, Odium. I don't know. Could be more direct.
Well, I don't know if they're going to go on the roof because of the Repel bug. They might be scared to get up there, to be honest. They might, let's just go through the front door to get the Repel. Grand final to come after this series has concluded. If it ends here, then we will certainly get to that grand final far quicker than we honestly ever expected.
Oh, Logic. Entry.
Logic going to go for the run out, and he's going to get a free kill on to save. Well, that's 2 rounds in a row that Saved has indeed been a free kill.
Good from Logic. And the lack of IQ being exposed there for Odium had no idea.
-10, by the way.
That he was there. Yeah, he's recovering.
Stage is also now just about over.
Maybe he wants the game to extend so he can improve the entry stat. Map control taken elsewhere though from Odium, a minute into the round. Bappen, the Terminator, being droned forward. And he could be a key player in this round to try and find something back. But a lot of pressure on him to produce results in this round. Dirty as well, taken so low. Eventually executed by Killerman. And it's a 5v3. Antic. Third place looms.
Oh, big shot from Logic onto Quixie. 5 versus 2 now, and suddenly it's all falling apart for Odium here in this match point round. Bappen big kill onto Logic. Brings it back to a 2-on-4 with a minute 20 left. President does have the diffuser. They certainly can still kind of slow this pacing down. Don't have to rush.
Bappen will continue to lurk. President as well, and for the attack, it's about just trying to isolate as many ones as possible, but Antic, so experienced in these positions, they should know that's exactly what they need to not do. And by sticking together in tradable positions on site, as we can see, this round should well and truly be theirs. President to open up line of sight from up above. "45 seconds then. Nothing being presented here by the defense.
Yeah, I mean, which is the right way to play this right now for Antic. They don't really need to make a move. They certainly don't have to give them any kind of look in this round. 30 seconds is all that remains for the third place match. Antic would certainly love to finish their season off on a high, and I think they certainly will. Bappen goes down. Brixel finding yet another kill. It's all down to Prez, all down to President. Saved has already left. He doesn't have hope, and honestly, with 15 seconds left in the 1v4, there really, indeed, is not a whole lot of hope remaining in this. Antic will claim third place in the Oceania League. 2-0 here over Odium. And let the smack talk begin from Logic. I expect it in-game and on Twitter and all over the place in the region. Antic have claimed third place. Odium will have to indeed settle for fourth place. It's the best they're going to get here for Oceania League Stage 1. And for Antic, a big victory considering they did take a map off of Bliss yesterday. They get third place. I feel like they have indeed salvaged their stage.
Yeah, they've had to win one map, but it was their opposition's pick. So we'll give them that. Third place for Antic, doing a decent job in recovering what was an otherwise underperformance this stage.
Well, the appetizer was quite delicious. It was also quite quick, which means we get to the main course even quicker. Before we get to the grand final, though, let's go to the desk to break down the third place match.
Jake, you know you can't mention food around me, mate. That's a terrible idea. I'm now banging for a feed. But Antic, they do polish up what was a very confusing stage, I think, for all of us, Mandy. We had expected coming into this for Antic to really be pushing second place, to be pushing for the Manchester spot. I guess, granted, their game yesterday against Bliss gave us a bit of a prelude to what to expect, but they finished third overall. A nice end to their story.
Yeah, I think so as well, especially for an Antic that I think went through quite a turbulent stage 1 in general. They really weren't together as a fire for that long after, of course, the disband of Osiris back at the start of the year. They really only had a few weeks going to stage 1 to really make things work for themselves. And I think finishing off third is a pretty fair result for them. It's going to give them that competitive edge through the off-season to go and train and try and vie for that major spot in the next stage.
Well, we don't have to wait too long. We actually have Logic ready, so let's go ahead and bring in a lovely gentleman. That's all I'm going to say, Logic. It's great to see you. Very clearly an intense battle, very hard fought. How are you feeling after the third place match?
Oh, listen, I don't know. Maybe with some fourth place prize money, they should invest in some new computers, some new internet, I don't know, whatever they need, so they can actually, join the lobby on time. So that would have been cool.
That's fair. Now, obviously, the big storyline that we're kind of finishing on here, as you might have started to hear, is kind of, we're wrapping up the stage for you guys and coming into playoffs. Genuinely, although, you had mentioned that we were expecting big things from the roster in BO3s, we still weren't entirely sure. But I think it's fair to say that you've earned your place in third and potentially could have gone further.
I think, I don't know. I mean, I think, correct me if I'm wrong here, you guys have the stats, but we've played all 9 maps, and I think we're the only team to have done that. We try every map. We're obviously not great at every map. We have a lot to improve on. I mean, Bliss exposed our bank so badly. But listen, we were prepped for BO3s. We have a big enough map pool, and we're confident that we can beat these teams in there. And we had a really rough stage, hey? Like, I did not perform to a standard that I, as a player, want or expect from myself. And I think that a lot of my teammates can say the same. And I think Mandy hit it on the head, actually. When I came in, I overheard it. She said, we only had a couple of weeks before the stage. We were no better off as a 5 than any of these other teams, right? We had 2 new players join us, and although you can say Killerman and Frixel, they were the best players on mech, it's a different team. It's a different environment. It's like saying, Jigsaw and Bliss was the fragger, and that, when he leaves, other people can't step up. The problem is we bring all these players who are all so good onto our team. We didn't have much time to really prepare who's going to play what role. We have Tuhan, who he's insane, right? The guy's playing second support for us.
Yeah.
Like we have things to figure out that I think other teams don't even have a problem or don't even have something to think about. Like, you're not putting President on an entry role, are you? Like, they have their role set. So we haven't enough problems as other people, and I think third is okay for us. I think we would have liked to obviously get first or second, but we didn't really deserve it, and I'm happy with where we ended.
Yeah, look, even though last year's second place was yours through and through, this year it's been a bit of a struggle, but we've seen it a trend upwards for you guys. As you said, BO3s is where you wanted to be, and we really saw that yesterday. You guys actually took a map off of Bliss. We didn't get a chance to speak with you after that game, so I'd love you to chat with us a little bit. Like, what was that Bliss game like? What was your thoughts heading in? Obviously, it ended out pretty unfortunately on bank with the 7-0, but you guys did take Chalet, so can you speak to that a little bit?
I think we really, really wanted to win it. I don't really know how else to say it. I think the passion we had, especially for that second map, I mean, Bliss are a great team, but we put in hours and hours on our Chalet, making sure that we were ready for a rematch against them if it came up. And obviously they went back to it. They played it a fair few times. I think they knew that it might have been a bit of a throwaway map and it was probably going to go to a third. That would be my guess. But yeah, I don't know. We were really underprepared on the other maps. I mean, Cafe, we expected in BO3s. It was our least practice map. I think we started Cafe maybe a week and a half before our BO3s, but I just think, I think that was our throwaway map. We win Chalet, we lose Cafe. That was expected. The Bank last pick just threw us off, and obviously Bliss just played it better. They're so good. I don't know how else to explain it. They're the best for a reason, and I don't know. I think that if, as Wet said yesterday, I think all the teams need to stay together. I think roster moves is a very silly idea at this rate based on how teams are performing. And I don't know, I've heard some rumors of some roster moves. I'm not going to sit here and leak, but if they happen, I think it's going to be one of the dumbest decisions these teams can make if they really go through with them.
You've been quite adamant about your 9-map pool philosophy that you've brought into Stage 1. Now, with the off-season time that you've got going into Stage 2, do you think you're going to keep the same philosophy and try and train yourselves up to have that big map pool when you get to the playoffs? Or do you think you're going to look to specialize, try and solve some of those teething issues like having Tuhan on his role, just trying to get more specialized roles, more specialized maps? Or are you going to keep trying to do this broad vision that the team's bringing into the server?
I think the idea of having a 9-map pool was good in theory. Right, but you can only practice so much, and you can only practice against Oz. I think you can only practice against Oz so much specifically, right? Like the practice is not to a level that it would be internationally. It's not correct here. The way people play, the way people scrim, it's not the same here. It doesn't translate well to officials. So I'm thinking maybe we'll cut the map pool down and specialize a little bit. I think a 9-map pool is very unrealistic, as we have learned, and hopefully we can come into next stage with still a healthy 8 would be nice, a very healthy 7 even. But yeah, I think we should have a lot more preparation. There's a long time between the next stage and now, so.
Yeah, look, I think that it's a testament to the effort that you've put in over the course of the stage. We came into this, Mandy mentioned you've doubled down on the point. Things were a little bit tumultuous. Great word there. And hasn't really panned.
Oh my god,
it was diabolical. Okay, things haven't really panned out the way that we had hoped for you. But obviously, cleaning things up toward the end of the stage, it's a massive testament to you and the rest of the roster for sticking through it. So, as per usual, have anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
Yeah, I'd like to say shout out to our coach, man. Archer, honestly, he doesn't have the best situation, and obviously he doesn't really get the recognition he deserves. Our coach is amazing, and shout out to Antic sticking by us. Third is not where we wanted, but next stage, we promise we'll try and get a better result than that. And shout out to all you guys on the desk. It's been a really good season, and you guys have upped your production and your casting and everything, and it's really been awesome to see. So I appreciate it from you guys as well. And shout out Odium. You know, you're going to finish third place in thing or second place or whatever, and you're going to yap, and then you're going to come in and lose. You can't even show up on time. Like, I don't know. I'm thinking maybe less talk and more practicing from them. And big ups for Bliss. Congratulations on the Manchester Major, and I'll be watching you guys.
Oh, we love you, mate. Thank you very much for joining us, and we'll speak to you, I'm sure, in stage 2.
Thanks, guys. See ya.
This guy.
This guy.
This guy. Absolute character. Obviously, Antic have had an up and down stage, to say the very least, but they end on a high note. 3rd in the league overall, but we've got to determine who will finish first. Who's headed to the Manchester Major? It can only be one. Is it Team Bliss or Man LFO? Find out after this.
I still love you. I still love you.
There's no second chances. There's only one game left. A BO3 to decide who will be headed to England. And I'm welcoming the most professional desk I could in the business. There's none better than these two gentlemen. By the way, cut the shot. The OCE League was recorded live in front of a studio audience. Woo! Now, we get to move on with the final match.
The Jake and Gus.
Oh, yeah. These are your physical viewers, by the way. Unfortunately, that's all that amounts on your actual shows. But, gentlemen, welcome to the couch. How are we doing? How is that banging third matchup?
Amazing.
Incredible.
It was incredible.
Couldn't
we
have
had
asked
more tech issues than we had round wins, to be honest, by the end of it. But, and considering the first map was a forfeit, that's not too far from the truth.
No.
Look, disappointing way for the stage to end if you're Odium. I think just the nature of it. Firstly, the 2-0 to a team that I guess you could consider a little bit of a rival, and then the nature of the game, you know, the tech issues aside, like that's the biggest thing. They didn't play horribly in the match itself. I just think, you know, maybe their minds were elsewhere. And credit to Antic. Again, I kind of look at what they did yesterday, taking a map off Bliss, then now getting third place from a stage that was looking really shaky, Rob. Like at one point looked like they could finish bottom 2.
Oh, absolutely.
They have redeemed themselves enough.
Just entirely took my point, but that's completely fine. I was going to say the recovery effort.
Great minds think alike.
Yeah, true. The recovery effort from Antic was quite good. They didn't have the best of stages. Logic admitted so in the interview, and so you know, able to salvage something from that is better than nothing.
The recovery album, if you will, was stage 1 of 2024. But it is time to welcome in a pre-match interview. We've got Chef Jeff joining us here from Man LFO.
Woo, Chefy.
Chef, what have we got here?
We got Man to Manchester on the whiteboard today, guys.
You know what? I can. You've had some things on the whiteboard of past that I haven't been too impressed with, but that is a sentiment I can back, mate. How you feeling?
We're feeling energetic. We're feeling pretty hyped for this. It's always good fun. We've made the grand final, and that's the biggest thing for us. And I think that a lot more of the pressure is on Bliss. It's definitely their series to lose today.
Yeah, for sure. I was going to back up on that point. How do you look to actually play into that for a match like this? Is it a case of just getting in their face and being aggressive, or are you going to be more reserved? What's the idea?
We're just going to play to our strengths, and that's just the main thing that really threw us off last time around when we lost them in the regular season. We didn't really play to our game plan, and we've got one set today, and we're going to play to it, and we're going to have a lot of fun along the way.
Very, very quickly here, Jeff, did you watch the third place match at all?
No, waste of my time.
Yeah.
Is that your question?
That was the question. Yeah, that was the question.
Going into this, mate, you said there's no pressure on you, but there is a spot to the Manchester Major. We've seen you in a series previously against Team Bliss, and to be honest, the old team didn't look too bad. How are you think you're going to fare in this one? It's obviously a very big game.
Well, the old team wasn't as good as this team, so why would I really be fussed?
Oh, it's short.
We're just focusing on ourselves, and we're going to win.
It's short and sweet, Jeff. Let's keep it at that, mate. Best of luck for the series, and let's hope we're chatting to you afterwards.
Thanks, Sheffy.
Cheers, mate.
Man to Manchester.
To the Major, baby. Man to man. Chester Major. That's what's going to be happening. But again, I think just composure. There's not much to it. It's a pretty calm pre-match interview. I thought he might be giving a little more away there, Guz, but no, he was not.
No, he seemed focused and confident, which you need to be in this kind of matchup. If there's any fear, Bliss will smell blood in the water. They're the best team at doing that, so they just need to be confident, and they'll be fine.
You're going to drive it home.
Well, what are they driving? They're sharks, apparently. If they're smelling blood in the water, I don't know what they're driving.
They're swimming home.
They're swimming home, exactly. No, look, it's going to be difficult for Man LFO. I think Chef Jeff and the team, though, they need to back themselves in and understand that, yeah, it's an uphill battle, and it's probably the right mindset to have, and say things like, oh, all the pressure's with Bliss. This is the game they've got to win. He's not wrong.
No, he's not at all. And that's the beautiful thing is when we do inevitably get to chat to Oda.
Oh, you just spoiled it.
It's not a spoil.
When was the last time we got to chat with Oda? It's always been Wettables.
True.
Now, by the way, I had to pull teeth to get Oda on the broadcast here, so he better have something good.
Okay, well, let's welcome him in. And no pressure.
There he is.
No, God damn, that hair just keeps getting worse.
It's so bad.
It keeps getting worse every play day.
Don't make fun of him.
Gold chain. What's going on, mate?
This guy's in my DM saying, yeah, hair looks good, man. What's the switch up here?
I'm not part of this at all, Oda. Thank you very much for coming on and having a chat. It's great to get you on because a bit of a history when it comes to Team Bliss and not wanting to do pre-game interviews. So thank you very much. It's appreciated. Apparently, Wettables has got a pre-game ritual that he has to go through. I don't know what it is. Oda, can you tell us what it is?
Oh, we all do. We all have little things to lock in. So we have a bit of time after this, pre-interview. So
I can lock in. But yeah, we just got these little things we like to do before the game, eh?
Okay, we'll keep that a bit of a secret. In terms of the actual match, though, in the grand final, what's the thoughts of the team going into this? Everyone's talking about the fact that the pressure is on you guys. You must win this. If you lose, to Travesty, do you kind of just block out that external noise and just focus on yourself and treat it like any other game?
Yeah, we always block out the storylines that you guys put on us or the community puts on us. So yeah, we kind of block out the storylines, focus on our own game. Yeah, they're going to feel pressure as well once we're in the lobby. So everyone feels that. That's normal, really.
How much credence do you give to your opposition in this match? Are you just focusing on Team Bliss and your systems and the maps that you want to play, or have you actually gone and watched their VODs to Counter-Strat?
Oh yeah, we do have Mingren who will do prep on some maps and stuff. But did Chef leak the vetoes or
no? He hasn't. Don't leak it. Don't leak it. Are they spicy?
We are. I think we're on here, boys. I think we're on here.
Oh, clip it and ship it, please. That's going to siege unfortunate events.
Better not lose now.
I'm telling you, you better not lose now. Oda, I'll give you the floor, mate. Is there anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
I'll just say big shout out to Man for coming second. They did it in the red campaign, but you obviously you lost two of your best players, and you kept that form, and now you're playing for a major spot, which we all said if they stuck to there they would, but they picked up new players and they're still here. So it really shows that the people they have, like Hunter and Chef Jeff, that call they got is the call you need to build a strong team in the region. So congrats to them, and you just have a good game.
I did not expect it to be that wholesome, Oda. Thank you very much for joining us. By the way, just a little tidbit. You are potentially going to make OCE history. If you make it to this major, you will have made the most majors of any team in Oceania. No pressure, mate.
Hey, thanks for the pressure.
Thanks, Oda. Hey, mate. Thank you.
Care, mate.
He blocks out the storylines.
He's good like that. He doesn't worry about best of threes, doesn't worry about the storylines. Now he's going to feel the pressure of Man LFO. The team coming into this stage, as Oda's already mentioned, we genuinely were so worried about them. They had so much promise all the way up until the campaign, the preseason tournament of this year, and then things started to fade away a little. Roster shuffles happened. They were on the receiving end of maybe some of the... not the worst part of it, but losing what was an incredibly hot roster of Frixel and Killerman, thought it was done and dusted. They picked up Cairo, they picked up Player, and Scars has been unbelievable in his debut season.
They've gotten a lot out of Cairo, especially in the playoffs.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the group stage, he was fine without being amazing, and he's really stood up. A big reason why they got the win yesterday in their semi-final was very much Cairo. He was a clear standout, one that is going to need to play well in this grand final if they are going to sneak any kind of upset result. Player has been sensational. Even Chef Jeff, I mean, to be fair, his numbers aren't amazing, but he is the kind of player that you can back in high-pressure situations, late sight. If he's playing the smoke, deep sight, you kind of back him in to have a good performance. So his numbers don't look the best there, but I think he's a good leader for this team. And, again, it's somewhat of a congratulations to them for making top two, for getting to this position. It's not easy. When you had your Odiums, when you had your Antics, all these other rosters that were vying to be in this spot, they managed to get here. Even when it looked like even a Panic could maybe pull it off. Cool. So it's been a bit of a strange old stage, but Man have been able to rise to the top of the rest of the pile.
5 wins, 2 losses, and then in playoffs they've been phenomenal, guys. It truly is a testament to what this roster has achieved so far in Stage 1 and may continue to achieve. They are not done yet, but they are going up against the Titans of Oceania, Team Bliss, a roster that has not faltered not once since the start of last year. Bliss now, they look to make their 3rd major, their 4th international event, and not just that, guys, consecutively.
Yeah, on the verge of a very historical moment and well and truly concreting a dynasty here in the Oceanic region. They had to fight for it hard though. In that semi-final, that opening match as they got the bye against Antic, backs were against the wall. They lost map 2 Chalet 4-7. They had some sloppy moments in that match, and Antic, to their credit, played very, very well. But then they locked in map 3, a dominant 7-0 from Team Bliss, and set the tone for this grand final to be one where they should go in with confidence. They have such a deep map pool as well, and if Oda's interview is anything to go off, I'm expecting some curveballs to be thrown the way of Man LFO this evening.
Oh, I can't wait for that. I actually can't wait for that. That's going to be exciting. But 2 players, 2 brothers, if you will, performed phenomenally in their best of 3 yesterday, Jake, and have done for the majority of the stage. I mean, Brendo's been absolutely on by far and away, it's been a life stage.
It really has. I mean, there's talks of him being the best player in the region. It's hard to debate that. It's hard to dispute that. Sage, I think, had actually a bit of a quiet group stage, I'm going to be completely honest. But the playoffs, he's really risen, and he's had a great campaign when the games have been really the most important, and Team Bliss are very difficult to stop because across the board they're all amazing players. And what about Fisher Guy? I mean, essentially two dynasties, the old Chiefs days now into the Bliss days. The man has just, he's never stopped winning.
We haven't spoken about that a lot.
He's never stopped winning.
This would be, I mean, this is a monumental mark in anyone's career, Guz, but truly to form two dynasties in O's back to back, mind you, no one has interrupted that. I mean, Fisher is on another planet.
Fisher was never the problem. Why did he ever get dropped? I mean,
I can't believe he did.
Yeah. Well, we know what happened to that team after that happened. But I mean, look, just doubling down on your point about Sage, it might have been a quieter stage for Sage, but he's still the third highest rated player in the bloody league.
Wow.
So it just goes to show how insane that duo is. And Team Bliss, as all of those stats reflect, we don't have to go into them too deeply. They are dominant in every single facet of the game. And so trying to find weakness is the biggest challenge that teams face against them. You can be as confident as you want, you still have to be able to execute upon those weaknesses, and there's so few that it means it's so challenging to take down Bliss.
The two men leading the front line of both of these teams, arguably Chef Jeff and Oda, at least the faces, if you will, of these teams, have both been putting in a lot of work behind the scenes. Coming into this, Jake, we'd spoken about the fact that Chef Jeff in the opening game of the stage was saying, hey, this is a building stage. BO1s, this is where we build. We are looking to ramp up into BO3s. Can they get it done here?
Yeah, it's difficult. I mean, I'm taking a line from Logic here, which was essentially, if you're happy with second, then good on you.
Yeah.
But the reality is second is not really that much difference to third, to be completely honest. Yeah. And, you know, for Antic, they at least took a map off Team Bliss. So for Man Esports, LFO, I'm not going to lie, they may finish second here, but if they don't even take a map off, then there's the debate between them and Antic, etc. So I think there's a tiny bit of pressure here on Man Esports to at least perform, be competitive. It's a grand final. There's a lot on the line. You can go to the major. And as Oda himself said, once they're inside of the server, that pressure is going to be there. You can look at these external storylines. You can bring them up yourself, which is what Chef Jeff actually did in our pre-game chat. And I think that in some ways for Man Esports, once they get into the server, the heat's going to be on, and they're going to realize it pretty quickly.
They certainly are. Two players that could individually stand out for their rosters. We've spoken about one extensively. Brendo has been absolutely phenomenal this stage, but the player for me that's kind of snuck under the radar in terms of this conversation has been Cairo Guz. He has through and through performed consistently, but not just that. When it came to BO3s, he stood up.
Yeah, I mean, Brendo, known quantity, top-rated player in the league. Cairo, as you mentioned, has been flying under the radar a little bit, has peaked really nicely, though, in playoffs. He currently sits as the 4th best player here in the Oceanic region. The biggest thing to note is really the role difference between these two particular players. It's really impressive that despite playing more supportive characters or operators such as the Mav and the Castle, for instance, Cairo is still posting up very impressive numbers. And he's also getting involved in the entry as well at a +9 so far. Brendo +10. So yeah, really keen to see these two go toe-to-toe. We haven't seen too many blemishes from Brendo in big matches. Sure, maybe back at like the Copenhagen Major last year, he got stage fright. Since then, he's been phenomenal. He thrives in these moments. Now it's Cairo's opportunity to prove to himself and to us that he can do the same.
Adversity is where players grow the most, and we've seen that. That is an absolute hallmark of Brendo now, the performance that has well and truly faded into the mist, into the past. Let's go ahead and start talking about the future. Map vetoes. It's time for us to determine what we are going to see. And this is going to be big. Bliss, or should I say Oda, alluded to some shenanigans, but Skyscraper off the board first, Enox.
Yeah, so my belief in terms of the map vetoes, Gus is probably going to have the more hard statistics here, but Clubhouse is one that's going to be quite interesting.
Yep.
Man, LFO been really good on that. I think still undefeated, but we've seen that be a map for Bliss previously, so that's going to be a bit of a contest there between two teams that want to maybe go to a map such as that. The other one's Chalet. We saw that in the semi-final yesterday. I do wonder, Bliss, are they as strong on it after losing it to Antic, if they would even allow that to be a possibility? So those are the two ones that I'm kind of keen on. We do get then Consulate banned out as well, and those two maps that I just mentioned are both still available.
Guys?
I think Bliss at this point are actually pretty content. They've gotten their 2 insta-bans so far. Oregon and Skyscraper are the most banned maps from Team Bliss over the course of the last year with that historical data.
Yep.
So at this point of the veto, Bliss have played it in a relatively predictable fashion, in fact. So I think it's going to be the picks where maybe they divert a little bit.
Let's have a look. Are we going to get a Clubhouse? Are we
they go to the cafe again.
We're getting a cafe. And more importantly than that, Bliss are choosing what side they start on. So this now changes the discussion of how this best of 3 will pan out. Where are Man LFO sending us?
Well, wherever they send it, which is Clubhouse, they get to choose defense first, and so that's a map that they haven't lost on. I'm sure that's a stat that is still correct, but it is also a map that Bliss themselves have been pretty comfortable on, have looked at it as a bit of a staple. They do ban out the Chalet. I mean, I don't hate that really. If you're Bliss after losing it yesterday in the semi-final, it makes probably sense. You don't necessarily want to go back to it. And you've already had to play Cafe again. Nighthaven Labs as a decider. It's got a history for being a decider in the old grand finals, has it not? The old Nighthaven Labs?
It's only best of 3, mate.
It's only best of 3, though.
Yeah, unfortunately. No unlimited overtime either.
I think the 3 pretty defender-sided maps, though. I think Cafe is going to be quite interesting. We saw yesterday it was Antic that was able to get 3 attacking rounds actually on that map against Bliss's defense. So something to kind of keep in mind that they would have maybe gone back, looked at the VODs, how could they improve those particular rounds. They've chosen to start defense on it. We'll see if they can at least improve on the amount of defensive rounds they can get against Man Esports.
This is an exciting best of 3 for me, guys. I think, again, just the conversation around how these vetoes have played out and the fact that we are going to see Man LFO start out defense on club, that, for me, I think now pushes this to a third map.
I mean, that's the curveball that we saw yesterday, though, right? You think back to the Skyscraper match between Man LFO and Odium. They started defense. They built that 5-1 lead up, and despite then finding it a challenge to convert the game on attack, they built themselves up such a buffer that they could actually achieve it. So we could see a similar storyline in this series. I think, though, overall, the data suggests that it is going to be a Bliss win. I mean, you'd have to absolutely throw the veto if you're Team Bliss to put yourself in an unfavorable position. And so, yeah, they'll be quite comfortable.
Well, the Manchester Major only has 1 Oceanic slot. There's only 1 best of 3 that stands between 2 teams and England. We go to Devon Mandy for the cast.
Thank you very much, Rob. Yes, it is the grand final of Oceania. The winner gets a spot at the Major. And everybody here has the same thought on their minds. Surely Bliss make it to another major. Surely they make history and be the only team from Australia to make 3 different majors. I'm wearing pink today for Bliss. Mandy, who do you think's going to take it?
I mean, of course I'm on the Team Bliss bad way.
Of
They've
course.
had the absolute run of their lifetimes through 2023, and they look so strong in 2024, coming off a top 8 finish at the 6 Invitational. You would surely think that this is their time.
Well, it seems like the community agrees with us. The fan vote says 75% Bliss favored. Really, there's so much pressure on Man LFO's shoulders to be the team to prove that they can perform an upset. And what's more, we're starting on Bliss's pick of maps and on their pick of sides on the defense as well. So it is going to be a Herculean task for Man Esports LFO to step up here to the big dogs of OCE.
Is there something to be said about coming into the series as the underdog, though, if you're Man LFO, right? Like you said, there's pressure for them, of course, to try and win this one out. But the expectation against the Titans of Team Bliss, it's so low, especially from us on the desk, right? Does that secretly actually play in their favor for these guys, or do you still think that they're going to go into this one feeling real nervous against Team Bliss?
I think it must do, because if you're Man LFO, right, there's no pressure on your shoulders in terms of expectation. Nobody expects Man to win this series. Nobody expects them to go to the Major. 1 year ago, they came last place in this league, and now they're in a grand final. Everybody is looking at Team Bliss to back up the performances they had in Copenhagen, Atlanta, and most importantly in Brazil, where they were the top 8 in the whole world. And through that performance, they also earned for OCE a Phase 2 invite to the Major. They skip the play-ins completely and go straight directly to Phase 2. I almost struggle to imagine a world where any team other than Bliss actually capitalizes on the benefit that Bliss has got for the region.
It would feel like a bit of a crime here if Man LFO was somehow able to thieve away that second spot, that Phase 2 spot that Bliss had earned the region for themselves.
And yet if they do it, then they do it. And hi, Chef. Yeah, thank you, mate.
He always makes it so awkward on the
He
cast,
did it
doesn't
yesterday to you,
Yeah,
didn't he? He said,
super
hi,
weird.
Mandy. Yeah,
Super
hi,
strange.
Hi, Chef, I guess. Do you reckon he'll come out tonight after he loses? He is Melbourne-based, right?
No, he's not.
Is he not Melbourne-based?
No, he's not.
Oh, but didn't he? He came in last stage.
Yeah, but I think he flew in.
Really?
I don't want to like dox Ray Lee.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind.
I don't think he's in Melbourne.
That's dedication, mate.
Alas.
He's got to lock in here, doesn't he?
Yes, absolutely he does, especially when there's a Phase 2 spot on the line against Team Bliss, who are starting the defense of their own map pick going into Cafe. Now, that's the thing that scares me the most, Steph. Team Bliss, they looked really good on Cafe yesterday. And if they continue that form into today, I think Man LFO are really going to struggle starting out on the attack.
Big ask here for Man LFO. But perhaps the strategy is just to weather the storm and look to close it out on Club and Nighthaven. Regardless, this is where we begin as we approach beautiful Cafe. Bliss, no doubt, the favored in this match. Oh, look at this, an aggressive spawn peek from Wettables, and he finds a good kill at the start. What a beautiful way to kick off this map for Bliss.
It's looking good so far, and I can see Brendo with a C4 ripped out as well. I don't know where he's positioned himself, but he's right by the hatch. He could try and catch someone out here. Odo as well, giving away a lot of info for the side of Team Bliss with the Pulse on board. He has identified a couple players over, now dropping the red hatch. 3 players in a row, and Cairo will kick things off. Good stuff from Cairo. The player that we highlighted in the pre-show, and for good reason. Big backup here as well. Oda downstairs has been taken down. Couple of shots, Pepper Chef, as he looks to reposition inside shop. Now, this is just a roam. The bomb site itself is downstairs, and so Bliss do have the ability to fall back. Brendo, the best player from Australia, looking to back up, bring the numbers back into his favor before he falls back. It's not a lot of players, though, left for Team Bliss, but Fisher Guy is going to even up the man count now. 3 versus 3 situation as Wettables is going to look to get aggressive on White. Feels a bit worried about the cutter from the AC, but Brendo
Chef?
hasn't been droned off. Chef Jeff runs straight into his line of sight. It's leaving Hunter and Cairo all alone in the 2 versus 3. Top floor control has been afforded to them, but can they convert it from there? Not a lot of ingredients here. 4-man LFO. No vertical potential. A little bit of desperation required. Not a lot of util either. The Dokkaebi of Hunter already using both of those logic bombs. Not a lot to put together now. But if anyone can do it, you always got to have a little bit of faith in Cairo. This guy's having a phenomenal season this year so far. If there is anyone that you turn to for playmaking ability, it is Cairo, who's still above. Now, the problem with these guys is they don't really have vertical pressure, so they have to brute force their way into the bomb site. Cairo's gone down to Wettables. It's just Hunter, and 1-on-3. They've also got an inkling on where this guy is. Wettables has a big round for Bliss. Cruzy opening on defense, not even breaking a sweat. A really solid defense there for Team Bliss. Kept it cool, calm, and collected in the numbers disadvantage on the top floor. Even though the first 2 picks went in the way of man LFO, Brendo seemingly went undroned, was able to claim that one back, fall back safely into the bomb site, and then from there, man LFO, the 2 remaining players just didn't have the tools they needed to crack open the bomb site. No vertical pressure at all. They had to send it in through the hatch drop, through some point of entry, but Team Bliss were ready for that. They claimed the first round. One of the biggest red flags coming into this series for me, 4-man LFO. Well, not only did Oda in his pre-match interview give us a little bit of a tease and say that he couldn't be happier with the map veto as it played out, but Man actually don't play Cafe. This is the map that the Bliss have picked, and Man decided to leave it. Yeah, they haven't played it ever since they became Man Esports. So essentially all year long, it's also their second most banned map. So I don't know whether this was a misplay in the veto, where perhaps they have been practicing this on the down low and just haven't played it in an official game yet, or whether perhaps they didn't expect this pick to come through from Bliss. It's hard to tell so far, especially with only 1 round.
10 seconds to go.
It's always going to be challenging on the attack, I think, and for a map like Cafe, where a lot of the points in the round can be quite challenging, especially, you know, the entry right at the start there and through the mid-round. There are not a lot of safe passages, especially when you're being threatened by players like Fisher Guy with C4s down below, or like Brendo, who's able to hold out on the roam in some great power positions. It's quite a tough map to clear through. It's true, but the other thing that's at the back of my mind, Mandy, is Bliss are so good at attacking Cafe. We saw it yesterday. On their defense, they only managed to win 3 rounds against Antic, and then they flipped onto the attacking side and won 4 rounds straight to close out the map. Bliss love attacking on Cafe, and it really does put a lot of pressure on Man here to come up big in this first half. You make a really valid point about the difference between the attacking styles between these 2 teams, but what you'll notice about the Bliss attacking character is that their types of attacks look like drills, almost, right? The way they do it is they come up with this pre-prepared plan, there's so much intel that goes down, and then bang, they execute it all in one go, all 5 of them. Whereas there's such a difference here for Man LFO, right? There's still this combination of people and cutoffs, live droning, entries. There's still this like sort of linear step-by-step way of clearing Cafe. It's very different between these 2 teams, and I think we're seeing it play out right now. Player's all on his own here inside of mining. He's realized that there's a player in train with a live drone following him, but he gets taken down. That's Oda on the other side. Oh, the refrag doesn't come through either from Hunter, and Team Bliss look good to take the round. A valiant attempt there from Man. They even had the Deimos of Cairo looking to track Oda all alone in train, but he doesn't need any teammates to support him. Now Scars is considering looking for it. What is that? A complete wall bang, no information. He finds a headshot.
Oda is farming in this round, and now Cairo is in a 1 versus 5. At this rate, mate, just give up. The round is for Team Bliss.
Yeah, Cairo here just sitting on the roof is going to take an impromptu tactical timeout, opportunity for the team to talk and try and figure out what they're doing wrong here on Cafe. Never mind, he's going to give a crack at it, dropping through the red hatch. There's no one there to meet him.
He's in a crossfire here. Hard to win this one. There's some info. Come on, just pad the stats a little bit, Cairo. Oh, there we go. Finally finds the head he's looking for. Looking for another one. There's a shotgun on close range. Nice little swing there. 3 players from Bliss all forming up. Man, left with more questions than answers so far, 2 rounds deep into this game.
Your man LFO, Dev. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking, why do we go to Cafe? Why didn't we ban this map?
That's a grim thought. It's only been 2 rounds. You can't be so down in the dumps like that.
It's true. I do think that it doesn't take much to swing the tide of a round like this or a game like this, but weighing in the back of my mind is the fact that even should Man manage to come back and win 2, 3 attacks in this half, the second half is going to be so challenging because Bliss is so good on their attack. And it just, for me, puts even more pressure to form up right now. And whether that means taking an early tactical timeout, I don't know. Whatever it is, I just think that they need to get on their bike, spring into action as quickly as possible.
I like the switch for play here to jump off of the Iana and jump onto the Jackal instead. Same thing with Cairo as well. I think what they've realized here is they're lacking a bit in that early game, actually trying to land some of these entries. Both times now Team Bliss have managed to get the first pick and convert the round as well, if I'm correct about that. Your stats might say otherwise. But nevertheless, I think now they're going to double down on the early game instead. Try and get as many players in the building so that they can actually throw some of these bodies at the problem. Take gunfights, not just 1-to-1 like what we saw them doing the last time, but maybe a 2-to-1. Try and isolate some of these players. Put themselves in an advantageous position rather than sending themselves in off the back of just like 1 live drone to 1 entry fragger, because ultimately, look, Bliss, they can definitely shoot back. You don't want to be taking those 1-to-1 engagements.
Now, we really saw that last round, right? Oda stuck in train all alone, and yet he makes that 2 1 versus 1s, and he wins both of them. Man really need to make sure that they're actually pinching these plays, using the numbers to their advantage. Find out where a player is, and then 4v2, 4v1, 3v1, whatever it is, use numbers to your advantage.
3 players only on the roof looking for pressure this time around. No pulse in the hands of Oda, but nevertheless, the sound of the hatch being opened up will ring out for Team Bliss, and they'll know that there's presence here. Cairo is looking to be the first point of entry, supported by his teammate. Cairo and Player, in fact, are going to double down on this point of entry of the red hatch and see what they can do.
Nice and quick. Sage is going to hold on to this top floor, though, and he's the perfect operator for it as well. The Azami. Use those keeper barriers to...
Oh, his wall isn't open. Interesting.
Yeah, that means he doesn't really have the ability to use this mirror that effectively. And this is very good map control, very quick here from Man. Player in already. Hunter's also on this white repel, which means he can potentially cut off Sage.
Ash charge to the mirror is going to shatter the glass, which means it is now unplayable for Sage on the other side and have to be forced to fall off. Hunter as well is going to confirm that fall off with the Doka. Be cool. Is he still there?
Yeah, Sage is trapped, 110%. How are they going to kill him? He's just hiding here in the bathroom. The best he can hope for is to take a player with him, but he doesn't get the opportunity to do so. However, his brother does find one elsewhere, and Fish as well. Cairo needs to land this shot. Ooh, C4 comes his way. Just manages to dodge it. The barbed wire cleared. There's still a good shot here for Man. Even 1 player down, but they are so close. Hang on, Chef Jeff's just run straight into sight and given up his life. Good backstab, though, from Cairo. Big player. Big opening. Another defender upstairs, loitering here in backstore. Wedables on for this flank. If Cairo's read him, this could give up the advantage for Bliss, but no. Wedables times it to perfection. Meanwhile, Oda finds his. Bit of a rough round for poor Sajon, but the rest of the team managed to cruise on through. Bliss 3-0.
Really solid there from Bliss through the mid-round to keep track of the players of Man LFO, but most importantly to be playing together in those 2-on-1 situations. They saw those entries come through, and you could see Team Bliss calling out to their teammates to help them. Yes, Sage was stuck, but Wedables was also in backstore to look and help him out, right? Then Fisher guys started getting pressured out by Cairo, who was taking that 50-1-to-1 engagement over on top white, and then Wedables went to go and help him instead. All these kinds of small plays that Bliss are getting right to making sure that they're covering each other's backs is really what's winning them out these early to mid rounds, and it's just converting so well into the late rounds. It barely feels like Man LFO have got a foot into the bomb site.
Yeah, it certainly does. How do you fight against Bliss? They're just so good. How are they just so far ahead of the rest of the competition? It's really insane. And these guys have had quite a bit of time to work on this 5-player roster ever since they got in Wettables, and what an addition he was to this roster. I think that it's also so pertinent to mention what Guz mentioned on the desk, which is that Brendo, the now best player in the region, a year ago he went to his first major in Copenhagen, and to be frank, he let the nerves get the better of him. He really struggled at that event. It was so uncharacteristic, and we started to question, is this guy actually as good as we thought? Ever since then, he has backed himself up at those international performances, and he's really made a name for himself on the global stage, at majors, at Six Invitational. Now he's hands down one of the best, and we don't see the nerves get to him anymore.
I've spoken to Brendan about it himself, and he said as well that he's really found his element there on the international stage. Once he actually gets there, he said he actually feels like relatively calm, all things considered. He said last stage they actually felt more nervous in their qualification game than going and playing at SI. And so I think for Brendan, yeah, he's really found his mojo at these international events. Maybe the comfort of having some of his teammates there in person. And yeah, just really finding his element. Maybe it's something about the way that the game plays out in LAN. I mean, the guy is from Perth, yeah, so the
he's used to high ping.
He's used to high ping. You go and play at no ping. Oh man, you're having a field day in the server.
When's he moving East Coast? Come on, gotta get that ping nice and low. Maybe move to Sydney right on the data centers.
All right, so here goes Play on the roam, clear the Jackal, the perfect operator to go and do that, but hasn't been able to spot out any of the players of Team Bliss on the other side. Still 3 of his trackers in the pocket. Meanwhile, the rest of Bliss, they have given up on the roam game entirely. They're looking to hunker down on the bomb site with the aid of course, Wettables, who's going to be playing those Yokais very late on, trying to deny the plant as it comes through. And the fortress that Oda is able to create with his army.
Yeah, I believe that was 4 players on the site. I like this IQ though. It has managed to find 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, 5. Yep. Okay, so we've got a little bit of an extension there
Count
from.
to 5, Dev.
Yeah, I can count to 5. I swear. This is nice though. Sage is the player, aggressive, holding on a little bit of map control here and coat check, and he has been spotted.
I like the Azami that they've got down at the moment. I don't know if it's been shut out yet, but that Azami allows Oda to actually play this rotation here in Whiskey. Without this Azami barricade, players can play inside a hell, looking down through the vertical, and can actually cut off the double rotation that Oda's playing in at the moment. Nevertheless, though, Hunter with a great entry. Player's going to double down on it. Onto Fisher Guy, make that a triple.
Very big here from Player. He's come for the backstab. Bliss were not aware of it. They were not ready for it. And now this is desperate. Brendo got to use these smokes to his best advantage. Oh, what a shot from Wettables. The tables may turn. There's a lot of players still up. No, Cairo does end up getting the better of him. A valiant effort there from Bliss. But at the end of the day, a flawless round is a flawless round for Man. And they made a statement that they are here to play.
That was really solid there. They were given a lot of wiggle room through the mid-rounds. And then from there, they actually formulated what was a really well-timed execute. Hunter found a great opportunity coming down the brown stairs. And at the same time, there was another player that managed to swing Fisher Guy. At the same time, I think it was Player himself, actually, coming down white. And from there, the kills really started to compound. In a 5 versus 2 situation, you shouldn't be losing those on the attack once you've got yourself in there. And yeah, I think from there on out, the remaining 2 Bliss players were just feeling so overwhelmed. Man, LFO were able to take the round.
Really well coordinated from Man. Really impressed by the fact that they didn't let it trickle down to like 20 seconds left on the clock. We've seen a lot of that recently. You know, a lot of these teams that they're so stressed trying to get stuff done. They're open up the floor. Why can't we find a pick? Why are we still in a 5v5? They don't have the gusto to just send it. And when you send it and you send it together as a team, it works out, even against the best in the region. Really well played from Man. Bliss completely dismantled in that round.
Well, this is a fun bomb site that we're going to go to. We're going to go to Mining and Dining. Dev,
Mining and Dining.
We don't see this bomb site all too often.
Don't mind being mined and dined.
Although these days on Cafe, it has come into a bit of fashion. I can't say I really know how this bomb site plays out properly, at least to that much depth.
Yeah.
So if you're insightful on this one.
It is a funny one, because there's a lot of different ways that you can deny plant. The floor inside Mining is completely soft. It tends to revolve around this room right here, Piano. And that's why we've got the castle to kind of lock up some of these lines of sights, enable the defenders to play a little bit longer in Piano. See all those windows, castle barricaded, makes it a bit harder of a nut to crack for the attack.
Lineup from the attack for Man LFO would suggest to me that they are looking at least to try and clear out into the top floor. Like you suggested, a lot of this round does go down in around that piano position. It's like once you can get that, surely the buck is pretty good there. You can make some vertical, try and take out any plays inside a train, really cutting the bomb site in half. But the first point of resistance that they'll have to take down is Fisher Guy, who's inside a shop, and shotgun in hand. That's a pretty close range gunfight after all. Is being supported by the castle that's right behind him. I think that's just been taken out on the rappel from Scars as well. So they're really flushing out Fisher Guy here.
Oh, he does get taken out as well. Almost a C4 from Brendo to follow, but I really like this from Man. They completely quartered him, hunted him down, exposed his position, and locked out that kill onto Fish. And immediately on the back of it as well, the E1D from the Lion prevents any re-aggression from Bliss. Really beautiful work here from Man. They've got an early advantage. Oda is now trying to fake a run out, but he times it with Wettables jumping out a window. That is cool. Teamwork down to a T there from Bliss.
Oh man, that was so cool from Team Bliss. They said, hey, we're looking for trouble, but make it double. And it was actually Wettables for the bait and switch to claim that one. And now the numbers are even between these two teams. But what has happened, though, is that the top floor has been forfeited. Player managing to find that final pick to Brendo on Baxter will mean that they can now make full use of this top floor.
Oh, no.
Oh dear.
It's okay. Brendo had already died, but he has disconnected from the game. I'm sure he'll be able to reconnect before too long, but it doesn't change the fact that Bliss still have just 3 players left alive to Man's 4. Chef opening up some of the floor. Hasn't managed to spot many players as of yet. Time is ticking away. This is where we get a little bit worried about what the timer might do to Man.
This is dangerous for Oda. He is actually vulnerable to the vertical if Chef can make it in this position, which I think Hunter is ready for. He's looking for that cutoff now onto Oda's position, but Oda is going to sit here and wait. Try and punish Chef for making a mistake here if he doesn't actually clear this out. And as the time ticks down, it's certainly going to work in his favor.
Yeah, wow. Chef really needs to expose his position, but he hasn't done so yet. Player's about to drop as well. Oda could be good for 2 here. If he times this right, there's the first. Second player now looking to refrag, but he doesn't push for it. Oda has not yet been addressed. Time is ticking away. 15 seconds to go. Big kill from player. Wettables is still alive. And Sage, oh, he's found his position. He's brought numbers back even. Looking for a refrag now. Oh, Wet and Sage go big together. Down from the numbers deficit, but they are so calm about it. Good round from Bliss.
Tough one there for Man LFO, even though they found some control in the top floor. Not really able to convert it from there off the back of the vertical. They didn't quite find the picks in towards the ground floor or second floor that they really needed to. And then from there now, Oda was in a really key position, especially we spoke about it a lot through the mid rounds. He capitalized on that. And then from there, to be honest, I don't know if they actually knew that the bomb site was mining.
Do you reckon they were shaping up for reading?
That's what I'm thinking. Like, the entire time we see...
Can't be reading. Bliss won it 2 rounds ago. It's locked.
I know, but like, just look at the way that they're executing there, right? They've got 3 players all shaped up to look onto reading. Kind of makes me think maybe they didn't know, or maybe they did know, but they just didn't do the motions quickly enough or something like that. I mean, they did try to make the entry work in through dining, so maybe they were just looking for pathing in through reading or something like that, but leaving it way too late. Only 20 seconds done to do that. It's not enough time.
Very much so. Enough chaos caused in the early round from Bliss to stall out Man, and then a bit of indecision from the attack about where they wanted to go. Unfortunate for Man, but just something they need to tighten up. I will say I'm impressed by Bliss's ability to just chill out. Like, they're at a numbers deficit, but they know that doesn't mean they have to make a play. Yeah. They can just be patient and wait and see. Will Man make a mistake? Will Man waste their time? In the end, that is what happened. Bliss played into it well by simply doing nothing.
It is a tough balance, though, especially in a game like Rainbow Six, where there are times where if you're in a numbers deficit, you are really just not in a comfortable enough position to go and sit there and anchor. Sometimes you do need to make a play to go and bring one back, but it's about making the right call. And it's so situational, like depending on the bomb site, depending on the map, there are so many things that play out in your mind when you make a macro decision like that. But I think, like you've been pointing out, Team Bliss is so experienced.
The game sense is
in a
so
map
good.
Like this. The game sense is
just know.
It's so amazing that they can always make this decision on when they need to choose to regress. How to pick their battles, I would say, is probably the right phrase there.
Oh, I like this. Bulletproof camera is going to have a lot of information onto site there from Fish. Even if it comes down to a retake, if Man managed to take control of the site, which we have gone to bar here on this top floor, they'll have tons of info in order to retake. And that is something that I've seen a lot of from Bliss. They don't stress out when they're get the sight ripped out from underneath them or when they're down a player, they can just be composed about it. And it goes a long way, as we've seen just that last round.
The way that Team Bliss have shaped up this bomb site makes me think that they're leaning into holding on to shop itself. The combination of the Zami and Castle being picked up by Sage and Wedables will mean that Fish, with the shotgun in hand, is going to be safe in shop for a fairly long time, as the repels will be contested by the player inside of Piano, who's probably the Azami of Sage as well. This meat jammer setup as well is quite pesky to try and deal with. It's really hard to slip a drone through the cracks of this. So for Man LFO to be able to break down this, it's got to be slow, it's got to be methodical. Now for them, thankfully, they do have Scars, who is on the ranged soft reach. That's going to deal with at least some of the utility that Bliss have brought to the table in the form of the Kiva barricades and the castle. But it's going to be tough. There's not a whole lot of explosives that they've got here.
I wonder what Oda's looking for. He's being a little bit of a rat underneath this window, just waiting. If someone gets on that rappel, I have a feeling he'll look to jump out. From what I can see, there is a Claymore underneath his window, so he will likely die. Oh, wow, he's very lucky to be alive there as Chef opens up a hole in his window, and Oda decides better of playing that aggressive, risky position. He falls back.
Yeah, so the player that I'm watching out for at the moment is going to be Scars, who has had a pretty unfortunate game so far, but he's really got the key utility here that's going to break down some of the setup that Team Bliss have got. The rest of his teammates don't have a whole lot. To be honest, player's got one nade. Actually, Kairo's got two, so if they can sync those, that can be dealt with, but even then, that's pretty hard, especially with the ADSs and the like, to catch those.
And Fish hasn't really felt much pressure at all so far. He's just sitting in here. Half the round is over, and Sage, he finds his pick. Kairo's gone down on the windows. Man are yet to clear shop. They're yet to clear Piano. They've got so much to do, and time is ticking away. Fish spots a player on that long angle. He doesn't want to take the long-range fight. He'd much rather get in nice, close, and personal here.
An explosive will ring out, and Oda will take some damage, but they walk straight into the line of sight of Fish. But thankfully, that castle barricade going down does mean that the pinch is going to go back and forth as Chef Jeff is able to get the refrag. Looking for a play inside a bathroom, but the rest of Team Bliss have fallen off to the back of the bomb site. 2 versus 3 in Bliss's favor.
Was very desperate there for Man, but at least they did it together. Every single one of their players was convinced that they could push on to Brendo's position, and they do end up clearing out both him and Fisher. However, as you said, a player down now for the attack. 30 seconds. Oh, here's the diffuser as well, still back on the stage. Someone's going to have to go and grab that. Players hit some pretty nasty shots this game so far, so I wouldn't put it past him to do the same here.
Tough spot now with 18 seconds. It's do or die here for Man LFO.
15 seconds to go.
Biding their time. How do they make this execute? There's still no diffuser. They need to go for kills. Sage and Wedables lock out the last two. Again, so cruisy there for Bliss. They win that initial battle, and there's just not enough of a late round plan there for Man.
I thought it was a good idea there, the way that Man LFO tried to do what was quite an explosive clear onto Fisher Guy's position, but ultimately a very costly one. I mean, it cost them about 2 or 3 lives by the time that they hit the bomb site. And 2 minutes. So by the time that they actually went to go and play the objective, there wasn't a whole lot of time for them to actually formulate that second part of the plan. And Team Bliss, they held on, played their crossfires. It looks like a pretty simple affair so far.
I just realized it's 5-1, by the way. That is insane. Yeah. 5-1. That is a nasty first half for Man to deal with. They only won a single attack out of 6 tries. Now they move on to their defense. And I would love to run the line, oh, Cafe, defender-sided map. It's okay. They can come back now that they've switched over. But Bliss won 4 attacks in a row on this map against Antic yesterday. They are fearsome on this bomb site and on this map in general. So I would not be too excited here for Man. I think that this is going to be a very tough ask, even moving on to their defense. Yesterday, Antic got 3 rounds off of Bliss on the attack. Now with only 1, I have a feeling that this is going to be quite a quick Cafe.
And once again, something that we had a very early conversation about, Deb, was just the style of attack between these two teams. So hang on a moment, we're just going to watch the spawn peek as well from player. It seems like whoever's on the other side does know that he's there, but the ACOG in hand for the Wamai is pretty strong. Ooh. Doesn't quite land the shots.
I respect the guts though.
But what I was talking about before, Dev, is I think here we're really going to see the difference between the attacking styles on these two teams. You look at the lineup that Team Bliss have brought, combination of the Lion and the Dokkaebi does make me think that they want to get really quick control of the adjacent rooms to wherever their entries are coming in from, and it looks very much like a direct attack. I think they've realized very quickly that there is in fact no roam presence at all. They don't really need to worry about the vertical here. They just need to worry about collapsing in on the bomb site, and that's where the Dokkaebi and the line combination is really going to help this explosive style of attack. It's completely different to what Man LFO are bringing.
Measure twice, cut once, but you better cut right, and Oda does find Cairo Chef! My man, you cannot be missing those opportunities! That is going to be a rough blow for Man to come back from, but thankfully Hunter eventually gets a good refrag. Bliss have taken the numbers advantage, but they haven't taken all the ground that they're looking for, so they continue marching on forward. Hunter, does he have a way to get back safely? I don't think he does.
So far, is going to hold on to the power position inside of Coates and trying to land the headshot onto the player outside the reception double. In fact, Team Bliss are going to double down on that position. No more line scans to ring out because they have been expended, and they'll have to brute force their way on in. Numbers advantage does mean that they can play the trades here. And what Hunter doesn't realize is that Wettables is right around the corner.
He's playing really patiently as well. I like this from Bliss, especially because Wet is low HP. Whoever peeks this window too closely, they're going to be vastly unfavored in that fight. And so Wet doesn't want to give up the advantage.
This guy's in. He's inside a freezer at the moment, trying to look for an execute onto the bomb site. There he is. He's there for the backstab. Scars turning around at the wrong time. 4 versus 2 advantage for Team Bliss. It's Hunter and Player to collect the pieces.
And Wet is still just playing cutoff. Man, I've got no clue. Where are Bliss? What are they doing? All they know is that the attackers are in sight. Now Player has left with all to do. He can't find anything. Bliss are destroying Man on Cafe. The score is 6-1. Before you know it, Bliss have map point.
Oh man, it is just so simple.
Oh
if
man,
you are Team
indeed.
Bliss. That was unintentional. I'm proud of myself for that one.
Well done.
It is so easy if you are Team Bliss.
Now the tactical timeout comes.
I think it's too late, buddy.
Bro, you just lost 5 rounds of attack. Now the tactical timeout comes? This is long overdue.
Yeah. I mean, maybe they thought they were going to go out into the defense and then they were going to do some magic because it was defense, and defense is magical.
This is Sali, the coach of Man Esports. He's actually downstairs here in one of the streamer pods here at the studio. I walked past him earlier. Now he has a chance to get in the ears of the team and discuss with them what maybe they could be doing.
Oh my gosh, he's even got like a little notepad out and everything. This guy's a real coach. It's so exciting. I didn't actually know that he was here.
Yeah, he jumped by before. He got here a little bit late. Okay. But I walked past him earlier when he was prepping down in that streamer pod downstairs. I'm really glad that production jumped on that. Credit to you guys.
That is so cool.
Getting the video feed.
Well done, production.
From downstairs. Good stuff. We've never had like the coach video before, have we?
Yeah, unless you're at an event, because when you're at the event, they've got the spooky cameras. You know, it's a bit intimidating because the cameramen come up to you and ask you to time out, right?
Yeah, have you spoken to like Brendan and Mitch about that, and the Sage brothers, about what it's like having the cameras in your face during an event?
There is definitely camera debuff at events, 100%, for sure. Absolutely.
You know what they need? The Blizz players just need to hire some camera crew to go sit in their bedrooms while they're playing.
Oh God, that is really creepy. We are never talking about that again. I mean, they already play on camera technically every play day,
It's true, but they often forget, right?
You know?
Well, particularly Sage, right? Because there was one play day where we got in here early, we were doing our tech tests, and we just saw on our screen just Sage is like warming up or something.
That was quite funny, actually.
And I sent him a message, and he's like, "Whoa, that's creepy. I shouldn't have joined the camera link yet." They forget that the cameras are on when they're just at their home setup.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, it's not relevant to this because it's being played online anyway. Now, the thing that I'm thinking about, Man LFO, right? They've just taken their tactical timeout. What have they just spoken about? Like, what are they looking out for now? Because Team Bliss have looked pretty explosive on the one attack round that we've seen. And I don't know if they've got the right solutions to stop this yet. Oh, actually, Malusi and barbed wire. I know that's really overthinking because that's like, you know, your passive intel and slowing them down, but maybe, just maybe.
Fenrir's up as well. He could have brought the Fenrir if you wanted some like kind of traps, entry denial. Problem is that Bliss just is so good at clearing everything. Like they do such a good job of droning stuff out. If they see Banshees, if they see a Rooney Gates like that one, if they see the barbed wire, they're going to deal with it before making their move.
Quite a different hold of the top floor as well for Man LFO. Now the bomb site isn't actually the top floor, but we can see that there's really not that much of an extension over into shop, which is what Team Bliss were doing time and time again on their defending half. And so that's afforded them, Team Bliss, free control here on the entry. That's why Brendo's got in nice and early on the ace. Looking to put some pressure on the roamers in the top floor. But what he's worried about is that there is a player down below, potentially with a C4 prepped. Hunter's already used his. Oh, and the wall's going to be open up on the back of the EMP as well.
That does open up a good avenue, a big line of sight throughout this whole top floor. Bomb site is down below, though. Oh, nice job, the Grimsby's. Forced this player back. Good job from Bliss. They have taken the ground. And Cairo, though, he does find one. Good trade from Oda. If I'm not wrong, there's still a defender upstairs. Player was trying to be a little bit of a rat, trying to hold into his position sneakily upstairs. But well done, Brendo. He does not let that slide.
Hunter with the long line of sight onto the back of White Stairs is going to look to hold on to that. Oh, meanwhile, down below, those Scars was feeling the pressure from the vertical and has to vacate the bomb site completely. Team Bliss now can slow it down. A minute left to go on the clock. There's plenty of time here through the mid-round, and that's why we're watching Sage at the moment, playing the vertical, making sure that the site is completely vacated. Not just that, but the hallways as well. Brendo now is going to look to play adjacent to even that step, and is going to use the Selma Charge vertical onto Help 2. There is a player there. Surely he's got him dead to rights.
Oh, no. They all fall. Easy for Bliss, a 1v4 for poor Hunter, and he is quickly taken down. This guy, this team, they are the best in the region for a very good reason. They dominate the first map 7-1, and just one map stands between them and a spot in Manchester.
I mean, such a dominant map. What can you say about it? It looks so simple. If you are Team Bliss, man, LFO, they've got to show us a whole lot more in the next 2 maps if they want to fight their way for this one.
They certainly want to get it done, and they want to get it done quick. Cafe, even better than yesterday. We were impressed with their performance against Antic, and this was another beast entirely. Man did not look prepared, but of course, Man's own map pick is up next. Clubhouse is where we will go. And perhaps, if we're lucky, we might even see a third map after that. Clubhouse coming up next.
I still love you.
Welcome back to the Oceania League for Blast R6. It's grand final time once again, but this game hasn't yet really looked like a grand final. It's looked like a formality everybody has known for the last year. Thank you, guys. We have a live studio audience for the first time here, by the way, in
It's
Melbourne.
so exciting.
It is. It's strange. I'm getting a little bit of anxiety.
I feel like I'm on the grand tour if you've ever watched that.
I haven't.
You know how they have the tent that they set up everywhere and there's like a little live audience that goes around with it. It's so cool. Anyway, it's so good to see everyone here.
It is lovely. It really is. Lovely little community here in OCE. And yeah, what I was getting at here is everyone knows that Bliss is the best team in the region, has been for the last year. But that doesn't mean that there can't be challenges, and Man Esports have made a very good case this year so far at being a potential challenger. Unfortunately, we just haven't seen that in this game yet. But Mandy, of course, that was Bliss's map pick. You can throw that away. We move on to Clubhouse. It could be a very different story if we're lucky.
Yeah, for sure. This is Man LFO's time to shine. They picked this one, and I'm hoping that they picked this one for a reason as well. Now, Team Bliss, they've proven to be a pretty formidable team against Club 2, so arguably this one should be pretty even. But I'm hoping that Man LFO can show us a little bit more than just one round.
Now, I really would hope so, especially because it is their map pick, and they start on the defensive side, which surely should be favored. Now, I'm going to have a look back at the stats at the last time we saw these teams play this map. So, for Bliss, we saw them play this just a couple of days ago, a couple of weeks ago now, 9th of April. And that was against 6 targets. They won 7-3 quite handily. The week prior, they won it against Kelton's Knights, 7-1. The last time that Bliss lost this map was actually in Brazil at the 6th Invitational to Wolves Esports, that infamous French team that these guys have a little bit of a rivalry with overseas. A little bit. And the other team that they lost it to at 6th Invitational was the Brazilian FaZe Clan, who they also have a little bit of a rivalry
who would
with.
have thunk it? The grand finalists?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, how about the second best team in the world back in February? If there's any team you're going to lose to, I would be happy losing to FaZe Clan. On the flip side, of course, Man actually have had some pretty solid wins on this map recently. They beat Circular Spheres. They also beat Antic, our third place team that we saw play just earlier today. Not quite the same caliber as Wolves Esports and FaZe Clan. But, of course, there's been plenty of time to work on this, and I would really love to see Man step up here on their map.
And, of course, they are starting out in the defense, and the way that the veto has played out is that whatever map you picked, you've also been able to pick the side. Something we haven't seen before until this year. But alas, it is the way that the cookie has crumbled. So, here's Man LFO's attempt on the basement, looking to extend their way up into the top floor, completely reinforcing out the CCTV wall. Scars is going to start out early in Garage, supported by his teammate Off Player. Meanwhile, Brendo on the other side is going to look to be the first point of entry for Team Bliss. That's going to be Keeper barricaded off by Player on the other side. And for now, Man LFO will hold on to the map.
Yeah, I do quite like this roam. I'm going to be keeping my eye a lot this game on Scars from Man Esports, the newest player on this roster. He's been a real rookie, and he has really performed so far this stage for this team. We've been very impressed. However, on Cafe, he did not find a single kill. This poor guy went 0-7. And I'm starting to wonder if a player that has never played in a game with as high stakes as this, where if you win, you get a major invite, go to Manchester, flown overseas to compete for $500,000 US. I think that might be starting to get to some of these newer players like Scars. As I say that, he goes down as well. What unfortunate timing. I think that I'm partially responsible for that, but let's be honest, Bliss are very responsibly taking care of Man Esports. 2 players on this roam, easily dismantled.
This has been a tremendously methodical clear of the map top down, and now player, I believe, is stuck in his position as well, unless he's able to fall off the oil pit as the rest of Bliss really start to circle in on the ground floor now. Player looking for his fall-off route, realizing that 2 of his teammates have died. Actually, in this position, what does player do here? Does he make a play? Try and make something happen, or does he try and go back to the safety of the bomb site? Cairo is going to hold on to blue as well, but thinks the better of it. He's actually going to stay here on the top floor.
Very ambitious here from player. I really hope for his sake that it works, because you do have to make gambles in a 3v5. Bliss have made good headway. Oh, Hunter, good amount of damage done there onto Brendo. But he himself is quite low HP. Player has snuck on through. Oh no, he missed his opportunity, and he loses his life for nothing. 5v2 now for Bliss, and things are looking extremely grim for the defense.
It's looking good now. Brendo's really looking for this entry onto blue, and he's been gifted it. Hunter looks for the peak. It's Cairo all in the 1 versus 5. He's got to ace up to claim the round. He gets the down onto Oda, but can he find more?
So close to landing good shots here. But Bliss do start circling the Vultures, making their way forward. Cairo takes a bit of damage, takes a head, but then eventually is taken down. From the look on Fisher guy's face, you can tell Bliss are just having the time of their life.
That guy's actually becoming like an evil Lord Emperor. I swear, like some of his player reactions this stage has just been so out of pocket. That looked like an evil cackle, if you ask me.
My Bliss, my Os, my Major.
That's good from you.
Thank you. The evil Baron. I do quite like that from Bliss. Just so beautiful, so methodical. They seem unrelenting. Again, moving on to their opponent's map pick on, again, the unfavored side. They really could not care less. They're just here to play.
Yeah, that looks like a really solid attack there from Team Bliss. They really broke apart that top floor, just slowly biding their time. They opened up all the walls that they could and just choked out the players on the top floor slowly, playing some crossfires. The players on the side of Mount LFO seemed to refuse to fall off, even though the world was being erupted around them, it seemed like. And that cost them in the end, the early round. The picks went in the way of Team Bliss, playing teamwork to perfection. And now Man LFO, I believe, are going to switch up the bomb site, if I'm not wrong.
This is Gym Bedroom, I believe.
Could be wrong there as well. Yes, it is Gym and Bedroom. We're not very good at keeping track of the bomb site,
No, we're too busy.
Thankfully, that's
enjoying
automated these days.
Yeah, we're very lucky. Yeah, I'm going to have another look back at the last time that, you know, what is there? What argument can we give for Man playing on this map?
You know what the argument is? That this is the cursed attack for Team Bliss.
What, Gym Bedroom?
Gym and Bedroom attack. It is cursed.
Why is it cursed?
Because when they were in Atlanta, they were 1 round away from qualifying themselves into Phase 2. They had to beat SSG on Clubhouse, on Gym and Bedroom in overtime, and they lost
15-round
it.
overtime.
And then later, a few hours on the exact same day, they had to win 1 round against Wolves in overtime to send themselves into Atlanta. And guess what bomb site and guess what map it was on?
Clubhouse, Gym and Bedroom.
So if you are Man LFO at the moment, you're trying to tap into the laws of the universe and you're calling upon it to be on your side. Because this is cursed.
Well, it's not overtime at least, but it does seem like the story perhaps is playing out a similar fashion. Cairo's found a good opening pick, and none other but Brendo going down, the best player in the region. Yeah, he's a good one to take out early. However, player has also been refragged here from Fisho Guy. Now, thankfully, Fish didn't lose his life. Being the Thermite, you want to keep his utility, his exothermic charges available deep into the late rounds so that you can get a nice breach on the site wall. It looks like the defenders are just falling back.
I quite like this decision there from Man LFO, realizing that this side of the map has been claimed by Team Bliss, territory very much on their side, and they have found some solace now in the mirror setup that they've got inside of Logi, inside of Bathroom. Team Bliss are looking like they're dedicating at least half of their teammates to the sweep. Meanwhile, it looks like Wettables and one of his friends has gone and rotated over on the roof to try and look for something else.
This is classic Bliss, just a very quiet mid-round because they're spending so much time assessing, so much time deciding how they want to play this. Now it's about putting that pressure on the bomb site. Oh, very aggressive swing from Chef Jeff. I really like that. He's actually hungry for more as well. SMG-12 in hand. There's a player, Spider-Man, rappelling upside down there on the wall. Fortunately, nobody loses their life in that engagement, but elsewhere, Sage has started to make headway here. Moving in through Con, he's found a pick. He's got numbers back on his side. And Bliss, once again, poising just for some form of push.
40 seconds is still plenty of time here for Team Bliss to work with. If they can get some drones into the bomb site, figure out where the last remaining 3 players of Man are, they can formulate and execute. Flashbang will ring out to initiate the execute to come through.
Oh, Fisher does lose his fight. Very ambitious, straight up against the mirror window. Wenables doesn't quite know where Hunter is on the other side. Oh, what a shot from Sage. But he's got to win against a mirror window. That is simply impossible. Fire up, man. Finally on the scoreboard.
And they did it on June bedroom on defense.
They did it!
Hey,
You're right,
we
the
called
curse
it from the
continues.
beginning. The curse does continue.
Oh, no.
Well, Man LFO, they're on the scoreboard. That's 1 round. That's the same amount of rounds they got in the last map. So,
They
really,
have just doubled the number of rounds they've won in this game.
it really can only go up from here, right?
Quite literally.
This is exciting. We're looking like we could maybe have a competitive clubhouse here, which
If we're
excites
lucky.
me.
If we're lucky. Now, I can see why Man chose to go to Clubhouse. They're actually undefeated on this map for the last 6 games that they have played. That's quite a win streak. Now, admittedly, a lot of their opposition are not quite at the caliber that Bliss have played. You know, I'm talking Bliss have played against your FaZe clans and your Wolves Esports. Man Esports have played.
Oh, the 1-tap.
Yeah, that was gnarly from All Mate. Can we see that again?
Bang.
Pop.
But then there's a mirror.
Yeah, and then he just dies. But, you know, the first one was nice.
Yeah. Anyway.
He gets plus 10 style points for that.
So what are we thinking about this basement now, Dev? Man LFO, they've lost it once and then they're going to go back and try and repeat it. But this time around, it kind of looks like the same lineup, to be honest. Like, it looks like they're going to go and repeat that same, like, 3-tiered roam. But I think the question that I pose to these guys is, when do they actually make the decision to forfeit that roam and fall off and come back in towards the bomb site, right? Because ultimately, the basement of Clubhouse, it's pretty fair to have 5 people in the bomb site once you hit the last, like, what, minute left on the round. You don't really want to be losing the numbers advantage.
Yeah. I think ideally you want to shoot drones, put a little bit of resistance, and then get back to site safely.
Don't overcommit.
No, really, seriously, do not overcommit. They got mute jammers up here, so they got some util, they got rotations. Problem is, like, while Scars is here on the Valkyrie, he's got his cameras that he can use, or his teammates can use to help give him information on this roam. Like, nobody is dead on Man Esports. Everyone's up, so it's much harder for people to look on those cameras. For a moment, Hunter was checking out the cameras, but now nobody is, for example. So it just means that despite having this roam pressure with that utility, like, it's not being capitalized upon.
The way that the reinforcements have gone down does make me think that Man LFO have actually pulled back a little bit on the defense. They haven't dedicated 2 reinforcements to aid the roam, and instead are moving it in towards the ground floor and towards the basement. So to me, that does indicate they are looking to fall off, but players in a very dangerous position. He takes the 1 onto Wedables and wins it out.
Good start, opening pick. But he's getting a little bit hungry for more. This could pay dividends. Oh, Brendo's made his way up to the top. Player wants to come and backstab here in Con and support his teammates. Chef has taken down Sage. This is looking very good here for Man. Bliss letting this get away from them a little bit. But Brendo's got an inkling that there is a player here. He likely heard him. Otis found one, but Cairo fires up as well. All up to Brendo now. 1v4. I was critical of the roam from Man, but it turns out I was wrong. This was well worthwhile. They've found essentially a round win just on the back of these 3 players roaming.
Yeah, this roam game has really paid dividends here for Man LFO, holding out on the top floor, actually choosing to take some of these battles and winning them out. The pinch not quite working with the balcony pressure. And that's forced Brendo into 1 versus 4. This is the right decision as well from the remaining players of Man LFO. Don't give him any more. Just rotate back down to the bomb site, force him in.
Oh, this is a nasty angle. He wins this. Almost. That FNAT does make things a bit awkward. Is he able to get the angle? Ooh, that's really finicky there.
That's a horrible one.
That is very hard to take down. He's worried about activating again. He will take down the mine and the player. 1v3.
Don't peek Brendo.
Oh,
Don't peek
really
Brendo.
do not peek Brendo. This is the best player in the region.
Why does it look so scary in a 1 versus 3?
Because he's so good.
Why does it look so
because he
scary,
lands
Dev?
shots like that. Brendo, don't do this to me. Don't do this to Man. Player and Scars. Oh, Scars such low HP, and now he's been pinged as well. However, Player is there lying in wait.
Oh, thank goodness.
Oh, big sigh of relief there from Chef Jeff. That's a round you really can't afford to fumble. Thankfully, player there locks it in.
Oh, mate, I'm telling you what, if it's Brendo on the 1v4, I'm not peeking Brendo. I'm just sitting there in the corner, just trembling, waiting for something bad to happen. Yeah, I mean, Man LFO, they locked that one out. Ultimately, it was won and lost in the early game. They tried to do this roam clear. That really didn't work. They played into the hands of Man LFO in the end, who just landed some really gnarly shots, preventing the entry from coming in through. We were on the perspective of player right here that we're going to see in the replays, and it just felt like so many instances like this, Scar's not really being paid attention to from quite an ambitious entry from the balcony going into Master. Not your normal point of entry, but I suppose Oda was trying to catch someone off guard, and they were punished for it.
Yeah. Well played from Man, and have a look at that. They're actually in the lead for once. They only got a single round on
2 rounds.
Cafe. Now they found double that on Club, and I realistically think they'll get a lot more than that. It's starting to look like Bliss is going to have to fight pretty hard, even to just even the half, a 3-3 split.
We're going to go over to CCTV and Cash, which is the first time that we're seeing this bomb site defended. Now, the absence of the Maverick, which we actually haven't spoken about a lot, Dev, has meant that Thatcher's important, right? Oh, actually, not that
Would be
important,
important, but
the other side, Bandit, is also important, right?
Well,
It
there's no
means,
Thatcher here.
yeah, that you
bit
will be
weird.
playing the Trick minigame. Now, instead of the Thatcher, there is the supplementary secondary EMPs
Little
on
baby
Wettables, the
EMPs.
little baby EMPs that go off instantly. And there's Zofia as well. So they're doing this the good old-fashioned way.
Yeah, this is nice. A lot of redundancy as well. Not only you got the Zephyr, which counters the Bandit juggle, but also the Capital. A lot of options here for Bliss. And this droning has been so good as well. So much information. And so many options on how to play this. This is going to be a cute little juggle game. Oh, hello. There's a Clash staring
That's
fish
so
down
frustrating.
in the window. But this looks pretty well prepped. Wet's going to EMP these Bandit batteries. Chef is going to come and try and juggle, and then either the Zephyr or the Capital should counter it. However, this door barricade at the top of red makes things a little bit awkward.
I think you pointed the Capital out right, though. One of those secondary hard breach charges has been used from Sage, who's now got the correct line of sight to go and fire out that position on the wall. That will surely mean that the exothermic charge for Oda will go down, which he's putting on now. Yes, the fire has prevented Chef Jeff from getting into that position to trick it, so that wall will be opened up.
Beautiful.
Oh, no, it won't.
I think did the Ace charge destroy the exothermic charge? Oh, well.
I don't know.
They have a breach regardless, even if it's not the big exothermic breach they would have liked. And yeah, they're going to use another Selma on it. So Oda's still got one exothermic for the later round, if you would like to use it. But yeah, good progress from Bliss. They might even... Are they going to go for a garage take here? Now, this is not something you see every day.
It's not very popular these days, but when you've still got so much utility on the Capital, you'd surely think about going for it. Not just that, but the flashbangs in combination with Oda as well could be in a really good spot to sink onto the position in Rafters. Now, keep in mind, these can be shot out now, which is what's happening from the breach that they've just opened up. There's a player sitting outside there trying to clear these keeper barricades. A Gon 6 is going to support that too, leaving Cairo on an island here in Rafters.
Oh, but the other fire from the Capital forces him on back again. Cairo is really feeling that pressure, feeling the heat. The fire damages him up, but he's going prone. Trying to stay hidden from the 3 different angles. The bees come out, reveal his position. Eventually the killing blow comes through. That is picture perfect from Bliss. But Hunter has things to say about it. He immediately gets traded by Sage. Always so together are Bliss, and it forces Man back to sight. It forces them to regroup. The plan is going down. Bliss are looking poised to take this. Scars does find his one. Players outside. Get back in the building, my friend. Oh, what an impact! Oh, Scars! What is that? The double impact! He's brought this one back. The newbie on the team fires up. And now Brendo once again in a clutch position. But how does he deal with the clash? How does he deal with the player on side as well? Oh, what can you do, Brendo? You got to win this fight. He's not going to get anything. Scars has clutched it for Man. What a round.
And that was the one player that he needed to take down. Wettables from down below, trying to prevent there from being any vertical pressure from the defense. He went down, and that was the win condition there for Scars. 2 impacts in his hand, bang, bang, through the floor, the planter, and the player covering him. So well played from the remaining 2 players of Man LFO to steal away a round that was rightfully Bliss's.
A 2v4. Once Hunter went down here, I thought it was all over. This was such a big kill onto Sage, and then the double impact, finding 2 players. Wow, the plant completely denied. Brendo left all alone. Amazing work there from Scars. He didn't get a single kill on Cafe. Now he's 5-1. And that 3K he got that round was unbelievably impactful.
This is looking like a much more competitive map, especially compared to Cafe. Man LFO just really seemed to know what they need to do to try and claw back some of these rounds. Even the previous one, I would say, was a pretty dominant win on their half. They completely locked it out in the early game. Same thing with that last round as well. Yes, it did come down to a clutch, but the way that it was played out was just so smart from Scars. Team Bliss have got their work cut out from them now.
I wonder if he's done that before. He looked so composed. It looked like he knew exactly what he was doing. He's like, yeah, well, they're going to plan here. I'll just double impact that, sure. I don't know if he's managed to pull that off in practice before, but wow, what a way to use the clash, save the impacts until the last second. It's going to take me a while to get over that round, Mandy, so bear with me. But we must continue. Bliss still looking for their second attack. They really need at least 2 in this half, especially if they are to continue the dominant form that we saw in the first map. They really need to fire up now.
And guess where we're going? It's gym and bedroom.
Oh,
that's
no,
right, we
the
said
cursed
it.
site.
And this feels like a little bit of deja vu. We're playing the trick game. Exothermic charge, and Selma is going to go down.
Both.
Oh, he's going to get. Oh, he's not going to get both. Wow, that was brave there to run away from that. It felt like he could have got both there.
Yeah, I do think so.
You know what? If I was Karo, I'd be running as well. I'll be honest.
He was
That's
probably
scary.
worried that the Zephyr concussion was going to come out at the last second and then deny it, and he'd be too close to the wall and he would die to the exothermic. Perhaps that's what was going through his mind. Regardless, the wall is open, and the pick has been found as well by Bliss as play has gone down. I don't know where that happened, but he even says wow in the chat. Wonder what that's about.
Oh, wow, this is good from Cairo as well. He's protecting his teammates inside a cache by continuing to trick the walls, preventing that line of sight from the breach that has just been opened as well. So Team Bliss, while they were looking poised to do the sweep across the map, it has been stunted now by that wall being staying closed, really, and they have to force an entry, which is why the flashbangs are being sent out by Fisher Guy. But who's going to follow up?
Oh no, good entry. Doesn't pan out as well as Scars was hoping. He did find one at least. Cairo is still very aggressive here inside of Cash, but he's about to get caught in a crossfire. Hunter goes down. Good aggression there from Chef. And Cairo is actually going to go really big on the back of it as well, looking for a trade, but unfortunately for him, he is caught well within the grasp of several Bliss players who take him down. Back on the horse again for Bliss. One more round goes in the half.
Yeah, Man LFO, they're really dedicating themselves to the hold on the other side of the map inside a cache. I think they felt a bit of a false sense of security there with Cairo keeping those walls closed. They tried so hard to hold on to the crossfires, but those flashbangs that got sent in deep, I think, really enabled that entry to come on through. And even though Chef Jeff was like sort of the perfect operator to try and deal with that, I think perhaps just not looking in the right place at the right time really created this hole in for Team Bliss to actually make this entry work. Cairo tried to slip through the cracks, but Fisher Guy, who was droning all the way outside on the breach, actually caught him on his mini flank. Really well played there from Team Bliss. And guess what? They've won an attack on Jim and Bedroom.
Maybe this curse is bollocks.
I think it is.
But we do love to lean into those storylines. I think we're particularly fiendish for it.
Yeah, we are. It's horrible.
I love, it's just call it the Drive to Survive effect.
Yes, it is the Drive to Survive effect.
We have
isn't
our
it?
Will Buxton moments as well.
We absolutely do. We do love to dramatize the silliest things.
Well, to be fair on Cafe, I felt like we really needed to. A 7-1, there's only so much you could say about that. Blitz absolutely minced Man, but thankfully this has proven to be a much tighter competition. That said, I do think for Man, they really need to push for a 4th round here. Of course, a tactical timeout is still in pocket. I'm glad that they haven't used it yet. I think they should save that for the second half. But I would be pretty happy to see Man go up 4-2 at the end of this split. Defense is already really strong on this map, so anything worse than a 4-2, for example, if Bliss win this round, we go even at the end of the half. I think that Man would be really kind of remiss. They would be looking for a 4th here, set themselves up in the best way possible.
Brendo looking for the entry. Players on the other side. He takes the engagement and wins it out. Clean headshot takes down Brendo early on. Well played there for Player, and that's the IQ going down, which means that some of these Valkyrie cameras are going to stay up. That's a late reinforcement there, and a brave one at that, but nevertheless, the wall is still closed. Fisher Guy's just going to open it now. Man, Chef Jeff is really trying to double dip on the breach. Yeah, why has he gone and done that? Fisher Guy's just completely punished him for it.
Wow, Man are playing so aggressively here, and it worked for them a little bit, but look at that, another over-aggressive play from Player. Scars was feeling extremely confident after his team found the initial pick that he went and reinforced an extra position to hold upstairs. Now he's been droned. His teammate's been killed. The Lion scan has come out, locked him in place. Oh, nice shot. Bit of a fadeaway as he looks to get back towards the site. No, indeed, he goes for another roam. Knowing that his team is a player down, he feels the need to achieve more. But this diffuser has been dropped, has been left. Bliss will have to go and retrieve that before they can find and execute onto site.
So we are going to watch Sage here on the roof, and there is a body just next to the breach, which means some of these cams can be hacked, actually, once this diffuser is collected. Never mind, he's not going to elect to do that. This could be really dangerous. Scars is here still. Okay, never mind. The entry not going to come through on the strip club side of the map, and Oda's going to look to turn his attention in towards the bomb side instead. We've got to be keeping an eye on Scars here. He could really be the lethal player to stop the attack of Bliss.
Yeah, Bliss don't know it, but there's only one player on site. They're trying to push him. They haven't managed to drone all the way down yet, but these E1Ds go out from Oda. Does make it a lot more difficult to rotate now for Man. Where is Scars? Oh, Kairo's caught out of position, but he gets one. He gets a double. Cairo coming up big. Sage needs to refrag here. He does. 1v1. But where is Scars? Sage has an inkling, but he has to force down this plant. Scars has been unreal. We've already seen him clutch up big before on the clash, but he doesn't know that plant's gone down, and now he must spring into action. He becomes the attacker, Sage the defender. Scars has to make the move. He gets him! How does he keep doing this? Once again, the newbie, the rookie, comes up big for Man.
And the final two players of Man really step up there in the final 30 seconds. Cairo with his double, that was enough because Scars is such a sharp shot that he can win the 1v1 even in the post fight. I think hiding away back there, posing flank was the right play to go in the end there for Scars. Yes, it did leave Cairo on a little bit of an island.
Cairo
Didn't
he
get his
found
double,
two.
but he's Cairo, right? You trust in your teammate to be able to do that. Man, LFO, they can claim a defense on the basement, and the final one at that. We see the side swap now, and they've got a chance to try and crack into these attacks.
Yeah. They've shown a lot of aggression on their defense. I hope we get to see the same level of energy on their attack as well, because if so, this could be a really dangerous game, Mandy. Man only need to win half of their attack rounds, and they'll take this map in regulation.
He's a sharp shot. He's
Yeah,
doing really well.
Like I said, first map, the poor guy went 0-7, and one of the lowest EPS ratings of just 30 that I have ever seen. And here, right now, he's 7 kills, 2 deaths, 141 EPS. He is absolutely farming, not to mention the fact that he has single-handedly saved 2 rounds so far.
I have a feeling that in that last round, Team Bliss probably actually knew where Scars was. I reckon they probably knew that he actually wasn't on site and he's posing a flank from that side of the map, which is why I would guess they decided to go for the funnel down blue, because that means they were only going to take the engagement and being, I suppose they'd position themselves as far away from that flank as possible. But Cairo was just so good in the last round as well, man. Like those two players just really stepped up in the 2 versus 3.
Yeah, Bliss have got to be careful as well in these early rounds, right? Because we saw Brendo go down without much of a fight in that last round. Of course, switching onto the defense, very different beasts. Ooh, Sage, he's actually going to think better of going for the juggle here, as he didn't quite manage to make the timing work. This is quite an extended roam here for Bliss, actually. Brendo holding on to this Rafters position. He's going to fall back.
I think they both will. Brendo's called it. He's called off the plan. The plot hasn't worked out in the way that they thought it would, and they're actually going to both fall down to safely back through the blue stairs and into the basement. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, though, Wettables still alive and well, and kicking in through the top floor.
Good operator for it as well on the Fenrir. He can choose which of his gadgets are active and will deny entry at various points surrounding him. So he can continually play around them, know where he's safe, know where he might not be.
This is quite risky of a gamble to be taking inside a bathroom. Quite a common position to drone out, especially if you're being diligent about it, which...
Hunter should know, surely.
Surely. I mean, Hunter is such a diligent droner. Checks every corner.
Oh, no way. Oh, he sees him.
I have seen him.
Does Wet know? I think Wet has a feeling.
I think he knows.
He's going to get re-aggressive here. The Fenrir Dreadmine should help him out. No, it doesn't! Hello and goodbye! Oh, Chef Jeff, very cheeky, mate. He's very happy about that one. Good opening pick there for Man. Bliss on the ropes once again.
Now we're going to move into the mid-round as well. 4-man Elho Chef Jeff, the perfect operator here to start making vertical down in kitchen. At the same time, Hunter's going to look to play the trick game on the hatch. Other side of that will be Fisher Guy with the impacts in hand. He's going to sail 1 out, and that's going to take down 2. But of course, Hunter's still got 10 more Excaros in pocket. Eventually, that one will be opened in due time.
Yeah, this is really good from Man. Like, they have so much utility to open up these hatches, right? You got the 2 tin can openers on the buck, you got the Hibana, you got the Ace as well to breach upstairs. I think part of the idea for Bliss was reinforce upstairs so that Man has to use all their hard breach, but they've got plenty left over. They're looking fine and dandy.
They certainly are. Now Chef Jeff, having finished his vertical, has cleared out the entire back of kitchen. That's forced Fisher Guy to play his position a little bit further back in towards dirt. Team Bliss, though, they look postured at the moment for this kitchen hatch drop. Oda's on the angle, waiting for it with a C4 in hand. Sage as well has teased out a C4 being ripped out, but the flashbangs is going to sail on through. They're going to go for it.
Oh, but Fish has evened things up. Deadly now as the push from Blue seems to have been thwarted. Oh, big pick, though, from Chef. Down on the site, 2v2 Scars makes his way in with the revolver. What a kill! Oda versus 2, but he's found the first. He doesn't get the second! Chef Jeff is cooking here on Clubhouse.
Massive round there from Chef on the hatch, looking for the drop, sending in the flashbangs. Well, after the flashbangs had been sent in, he went in for the drop, for the execute, and for the entry, and he can claim his 2 to then claim the round for Man LFO. An attack onto the basement is not something you see every day, but Man proved that they can do it.
Yeah, what a way to open up their attacking half, hey? Find the pick on the roam, convert that into an execute on the side, and forcing Bliss now to take their tactical pause. These guys seriously need a mental reset. Of course, both teams now have a chance to take their tactical pause, so Sali will come in again, but it's Bliss that drastically need it right now. What can they do to reset?
And Sali's talking, it's so cool that we can see
I
Sali
do love
camps.
that.
I know that this is the Team Bliss tactical timeout, but keep in mind, when one team pulls their tactical timeout, both teams can talk to their respective coaches as well.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, players actually getting really active. I want to know what Oda was saying, because Oda was doing most of the talking there. Obviously, you would know better than I, but Ming Goran, he's in Korea right now. These guys as coach. And he's not so much like a tactical timeout sort of coach. He's not like a micro, you guys need to be playing this way or playing that way kind of coach, right? That mostly comes down to players like Fisho, Wettables, and Oda.
if I'm in the Team Bliss camp right now, what am I talking about? I don't know, to be honest. I think I'm talking a lot about probably slowing it down here, to be honest. I think the way that Man LFO have played, I suppose this whole game, from the defense in through that first attacking round as well, is they've really been the ones setting the tempo. I would say on the side of their defense, there was moments where Bliss were able to keep up with it. Like, for example, they were playing super aggressive. People were like peeking out of breaches. They're really overcommitting to some of these roam holds. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. But in general, the vibe that Man LFO have brought into this clubhouse is dedicating themselves in through the early game and in through the mid game. That's where a lot of their energy has been dedicated to, right? So I think for Team Bliss, the way, if I would be talking about Man LFO right now, it'd probably just be like, look, you know, maybe let them have the energy through the early rounds, like dedicate more to the late round or something like that. I'm not really sure, to be honest, if I'm Team Bliss, but
I wouldn't mind seeing...
I wouldn't want to play into the aggression that Man LFO brought in here. That's sort of what I'm going for.
So it's like, instead of fight fire with fire, fight fire with water?
Yes,
right? Try and extinguish this aggression?
Become firefighters. bring the water along. That's exactly what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I don't know what that metaphor translates to in game.
I don't know.
Ironically,
yeah,
funnily enough, one of the operators I think Bliss would do well with is the Goyo, which actually is a fire-based operator. But I think that the utility like that would stall out this late game would be of huge benefit, because continually, Man are winning this early game.
Yeah, I mean,
Bliss have quite the opposite idea. They're running out windows, running out doorways, trying to find picks.
Yeah, I mean, once again, Man LFO just seems to be super on the board with the early game, like really paying attention to this aggression. I think you're actually right, Seb. I think they've done completely the opposite of what we've been thinking of, and they're actually going to double down on playing early game instead and trying to look for these engagements onto Man LFO and trying to punish them for that instead. You can see it in the way that Wettables has tried to go for his run-out. Same thing with Oda looking for his extension over on the other side of the map, and now Sage has gone and retaked into Rafters as well. Maybe we're wrong.
Maybe we're wrong. I mean, Bliss know better than us, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
But, you know, they are losing right now, and if they lose this round, then it does become map point. However, Oda gets a nice aggressive pick. He does get traded, and that means that Bliss have still lost that exchange because they were already a player down. A lot of work still to be done here for Man, but you can just feel, like, palpably, Bliss are on edge.
Fisher Guy here, looking to get aggressive onto the 2 players trying to enter in through con. It's actually 3 players postured out for this take through the western side of the map. Meanwhile, though, the wall hasn't really been open, and that's probably why Cairo's gone down below, trying to put some vertical pressure. There we go. The bullets do rain out through the floor, and that's going to force Fisher Guy off his angle. A really tight one onto player on the other side. Doesn't quite land the shots and actually takes some for himself. Quite a dangerous position now for Fisher Guy. Certainly being choked out here, but his wall is still closed.
Yeah, they haven't managed to EMP him off either.
It's a good nade.
A nade coming through. It actually gets caught by the Wamai's disc. And so it won't go through. A flashbang, some kind of an entry is teetered out here. Oh, but Fisho. Oh, they all lined up for Fish. Chef Jeff, 1v3. Chances of making it work at Grim. Big round from Fisho. He comes to life in the most important moment. He knew the play was going to come in through that doorway, and they lined up perfectly for him. Chef looking for a consolation frag, but this time is not going to help him much at all. Going for the swing again. Sage is just waiting, just tucked in the corner, goes for a swing, but Chef is being given no opportunity. As I say that, they all swing. Fisho gets his third. Bit of a sigh of relief there. Bliss just barely managing to convert their tactical timeout to a round win.
Seriously well played there from Fisher Guy. He'd had about, what, 2 square meters to work with in his position. He's been shot through the floor. There were people pressing him on the window. That could have been someone out on the breach, and the people trying to enter in through the doors. And he's just moved between either side of a doorway, essentially trying to protect himself, and then has found the perfect opportunity with the Kiba barricade being punched out to go for that double kill right at the end there. Not just that, but he claims the extra cherry on the cake with that third kill as well. So yeah, massive round there for Fisher Guy. 3K on the rounds. So well played, not panicking in that situation and playing at his best.
Yeah, good stuff indeed from Bliss. But at this point, you've got to make a rotation of many different bomb sites on this defense. Losing the first defensive round really did bear a lot of pressure on Bliss's shoulders. They only found 2 attacks in their half, and Man Esports have already found half of that just 2 rounds in. So Bliss now, they go back down to the basement. They lost this before, and the first question that springs to mind for me, Mandy, is are we going to see a turtle strat where they're just all on site, or are we going to see them go for this roam again? Are we going to see this extension? Because either way, they need to make sure not to lose picks early. It's been a common theme. Almost every round this game, Man Esports are winning these opening engagements.
Yeah, I got to say, I think I would agree with that as well. I think Team Bliss, the way that they've shaped their team composition at the moment does make me think they're leaning into playing a more Angus-centric hold of the basement, not really dedicating themselves to the roam. They've got the mirror, they've got the smoke, and they've got the catch on Brendo as well to try and hold on to some of those power positions. And the Izami as well, which is going to make Church an absolute fortress for the attack to get through. And the KE to try and play the trick game on the hatches as well. So that makes me really think that they are bunkering down in the basement. They do not want to give anything early to Man LFO, just like you've been talking about.
I think this is the right way to play it as well for Bliss. Force Man to go through these really troublesome utility battles of how do we open this hatch while there's a claw and there's impact grenades. And oh, by the way, finally, when we've actually looking to push onto the site, you've got his armies, you've got smokes, you've got so much utility to clear, so many power positions. I think this is the right strat for Bliss, and it really flips the pressure back onto Man to deal with it well. And they are doing so thus far.
Have they got the trick on the other side? I don't think so. Sage has got 2 of the Rotero claws in his pocket, which means that the motor hatch will be opened up for the side of the attack. Really well played from them.
Oh, they're doing the Man Esports strat.
I was just going to say that. They've actually done the Man Esports, 2-man Esports, opening up the center of the triple wall, playing it as a rotation to hold on to... Oh, no, they didn't. What?
This is the left panel, I think? Or maybe they put the mirror on late?
Maybe they put the mirror on late.
Oh, is this going to land? Oh, the beautiful claw comes out.
That's a big money claw.
That is a huge money claw. There's no more EMPs remaining from Scars, and that juggle of the electric claws, the electricity has destroyed all of the hard breach. That wall will stay closed.
Oh, I thought the nade was going to sail in on through there from player to try and take it. Okay.
That was scary.
that was so scary.
That was terrifying.
That actually gave me a jump scare. Okay, nevertheless. C4
I reckon he's going to find one here.
Is surely going to land onto the bottom of main. This is a very high traffic area.
Oh, he doesn't have the info on the timing.
Oh well.
Swing and a miss. Thought he was MJ.
All right, here we go. So it looks like Man LFO once again are posturing up for a kitchen drop, but the first thing they've got to deal with is at least trying to dislodge some of these power positions in the basement. They're going to try and send in some flashbangs, try and send in some entry because the nades haven't really landed, but the Kiba barricades are making things hard. Kairo's going to look for an in, doesn't really work. Oda's going to get one into Hunter.
However, Cairo has managed to sneak on inside. Player is backstabbing in. Cairo's found his pick, but Bliss do somehow stay on top of the numbers. It's all up to Chef now. Player on the ground, and he falls as well. Bliss weathering the storm. It was a messy round. It was a difficult one, but they are putting 2 and 2 together. They're making their way towards tying the scoreline and catching up with Man.
They're certainly starting to come back, and if I'm Man LFO at the moment, this is the right time to be taking the tactical timeout for sure. Bliss are starting to get back on their horse here on Clubhouse, winning 2 in a row, I believe it is, on their defense. All things considered, Dev, I didn't mind what Man LFO were really doing. A lot of what went wrong there was that they really looked to try and get some of that triple pressure going down. It kind of looked like they were shaping up for something around Moto, something around triple, but then that triple wall got completely tripped by
Honestly,
that one electric claw.
That's the only thing that went wrong for them. Like, everything else was great.
Everything else was great.
They had pressure in blue. They had the hatch drop. Cairo bot main also had made a rotation. I think Chef had done it with the shotgun from above, like through the floor. You can actually open up the wall into Armory so that you can sprint straight from bottom main into Armory. It's a really old strat that a good old team called VSDS used to do back in OCE. For any OG fans out there, I think they became Mind Freak, they became TBD. I don't know, what team did that eventually become?
I have no idea.
I don't remember. Anyway, bit of a nerd.
I really don't mind what Man LFO were trying to do there. To me, it looks like they were trying to open up their options through the mid round and then try and make a call on what was the best point, what was the point of least resistance really that they could go for. But having one option closed out meant that they tried to put their eggs in all the other pockets of the defense that they could, and then they just sort of didn't win out on the gunfights and the time as well. It just sort of didn't go their way. So I wouldn't say that Man LFO looked completely uncompetitive in that last round.
Yeah.
But just some things in mid round not quite going their way.
I remember what that team that used to open up that wall, what they became. It was Order.
Oh,
Order.
no.
And they're now 6 targets, Ross, who unfortunately came second last in this league. But yeah, it was good old Specker and Jack Daddy and Bailey and all those guys who are still playing today. Well, some of them are still playing today. They used to do that strat. They used to walk on a Monty through there and plan. It's a nice little idea, and it just goes to show that, like, the way that people play this game, it's so circular, right? New operators, new strategies come out, and then we go back to something that people used to do years ago as well. And I like the ideas from Man. They've got a lot of smart ideas on Clubhouse. They are insanely well drilled, by the way. Like 1 minute in, they opened up the hatches, they took the whole map, and they were ready to put some vertical pressure. That's so quick for a team like Man.
Yeah, the other thing about Man that we've been speaking about a lot in Stage 1 is that they're very good at reassessing through the mid-round as well. They do like to do this thing, but they don't overcommit to an option, which I think is a really positive thing for the team. And I think it's sort of the byproduct of having so many good leaders on the team, really. I mean, you've got Hunter, who's been like a real standout here in OCE, but then you've also got Cairo, right, who's got so many ideas to bring to the table too. It's about finding a balance between them, and I think it's actually very much a blessing at the moment. But what it does mean is that on rounds like that, the time does tick away, and that is the problem. They've really got to expedite this process if they want to hit the late round.
Well, this has been pretty good from Man. Nice job breaching a lot of these main key positions. I think that they did get the first exothermic tricked on CCTV because Hunter's already used both, and there's no breach here. An aggressive mirror window on the jacuzzi wall. Very unusual. You don't see that every day. And it's really just up to Cairo to open up. He's got the ace, the Selmas. Is there going to be an impact trick to come through? Indeed, there is.
Wow.
Really nice strategy here from Bliss. Is there going to be enough impacts? The second one misses, and so a line of sight will open.
That's quite unique. I wonder where the KA
but the
cores
second
have
one
gone
didn't
down as
detonate.
well.
The second one didn't detonate.
Yeah, I don't
There's
know.
still only a line of sight. Fish does find player. Opening pick for Bliss doesn't bode well. Oh, Sage almost loses his life. He really wants to find that player.
Oda's on the wall.
What is going on? This has been such a fast round.
I mean, Chef could go for the backstab here, but I think they've got the cross on him anyway, and he's been flamed out too.
This is very peculiar, but unfortunately, Cairo's gone down. Man, Esports had such a lead. They were up 5-2, and now they're in a 2v5 against Bliss. Make that a 1v5. Chef finds his first pick, but he's so low, he's taken out. Bliss have run it back 3 rounds in a row. We're back to an even scoreline, 5 rounds apiece. 2 more rounds, and Bliss will be booking their tickets to Manchester.
I don't know about you, Deb, but I'm actually quite impressed by the strategy on the jacuzzi wall there, if you ask me. Being able to play the trick game has, honestly, I thought it really stunted Man LFO there, trying to get that one open. Usually you'd see that same mirror on the bathroom wall instead, which these days is pretty easy to dislodge. We've actually seen Fisher Guy do it, where he literally just runs in with a flashbang, gives the mirror a big punch and runs straight back out again. So, I mean, yeah, I think that this idea of having, maybe it's just a pocket strat or something that they thought of in the moment, but having it on the wall and then once that mirror gets shattered to use it to throw the impacts through, some good tech from Team Bliss. I quite enjoy that.
Goes to show that there's always new things you can do on Clubhouse, right? Even though this map has been in the game basically since the dawn of time, Bliss still showing us new things. They're such a clever team. And also, credit to them, they were down, like I said, 5-2, and they brought it back 3 rounds in a row after using their tactical timeout. Now, Man Esports have used their tactical timeout, and it netted them nothing, no gain whatsoever. Man still haven't found a second attack round win ever since their first one, which was the Chef Jeff 1 versus 1 down on the basement.
Team Bliss now looking for a defensive CCTV and Cash, having won out Gym and Bedroom just the round prior. Man LFO are going to look to try and land an attack, which they haven't been able to do for the past 3 rounds. As Team Bliss claw their way back into the game, Hunter is going to look to get this wall open. The other side of that will be Fisher Guy of the Bandit. Playing the trick game, Chef is going to try and help out for the cause too with the EMPs. That's quite a long lineup, but Previous will help that.
What a throw there. Beautiful work there, and both the Exothermic and the Selma go on the wall. Looks like both will detonate as well, so that is a huge line of sight. Wedables is taken extremely low. He's in such a powerful position, playing Rafters, such an essential one for Bliss, but being low HP means that he's surely going to die quick.
Yeah, not the most favourable position to be in, and I think he's going to need some help here, which is probably why Sage has gone and rotated down into the ground floor as well. In this position, he can get in through Mini, try and support his teammates, but where have the rest of Man LFO gone? It's making me think that they're looking to flip some of this attack now. They're not going to look to clear Garage, despite Wedables being so low, and are going to turn their attention in towards the master side of the map instead, looking for a sweep. Now, it seems like some of their drone work has been shot out by the roamers of Team Bliss on the other side, so they're looking a bit lost at the moment, just sitting out on the roof, trying to figure out what they can do next. The logic hatch is open, but they don't really have a lot of info to go off here if they want to make an entry, and they can't open the con wall either because that's been electrified too, and Chef Jeff hasn't rotated over his EMPs yet.
It's just slow. That's the main problem, isn't it, Mandy?
It is slow.
Aggressive. Who's that swinging the hallway? What a shot there from Oda. Hunter's gone down. Oda does get refrag. Beautiful from player. However, elsewhere, Fisher guys found Cairo as well. And so Man is still fighting from one player deficit.
Sage looking to pose a flank on the main stairs from down below will fall off. I think he's realized that Man LFO are keyed into this. Jeff is still going to hold on to the pressure out through the breach as well. Wedables really doesn't want to look to peek this with his low HP. But once again, Deb, it's Fish. He's in the power position that we saw him play in the last round to perfection so well. And once again, is looking pretty lethal here. Unless player can maybe sink a good nade.
Does have two. Oh, but the one eye is going to chew up that grenade. A second one to go through. That might be it. Is there pressure now? Oh, Fisho dodges it, swings for one. This guy's on 13 kills, by the way. He's meant to be the support player, but he's the star of the show. Man Esports don't have a lot of time. 3 versus 4, 25 seconds left. Time is ticking away. That's the pick they needed. Bliss could fall if Man can send it on inside. For the first look in at map point, Brendo's found one. Good cover from Sage. He gets the double. Bliss are cruising their way back here on the defense, and they are 1 round away from the Manchester Major.
Yeah, and once again, we actually pointed out super early on there for Man LFO just stalling out a little bit, losing out on the time game through the mid-round, struggling to get some of this checklist on against Team Bliss, who are holding out so well. I really want to point out Oda here, man, in an off position here at top main. Even some of his teammates to support, like, yes, he gets wall banged on the fall off, but he's seriously punished Man LFO for telegraphing what they're doing at the end there. Oda clearly realizing that they didn't really have an in anywhere else in the map. The one point of entry that they had open was Jacuzzi, so why not look for that contest and look to fall off? Team Bliss very much being so relentless about the pressure that they're putting from the start of the round to the end of the round and preventing Man LFO from getting an in into the building and then into the bomb site after that.
Yeah, it's just been a cruise. 4 rounds straight here for Bliss. Man opened up this half by winning a very nice attack onto this basement bomb site, but since then, Mandy, they have had nothing to show for it. Final hurdle now for Bliss, just converting this match point. Otherwise, it's overtime. Are Man Esports capable of pushing it? Because we haven't seen enough out of them these last 4 rounds.
This is an interesting idea, though, for Man LFO also on the side of the Hunter. Now, if there's any player that I don't want to see bringing Oslo, it's Hunter. You have no idea what kind of plans he's got in the back of his mind. He is the mastermind of the team, of course. So I'm feeling a little bit worried as to what they're going to bring out here on this attack of the basement. Now, in Japan, it is quite popular to bring along this operator and use it to drop the hatch and then go for an execute. Because while you're holding up the shield, it is a bit of a safe haven for you to actually make that translation from the ground floor into the basement work, which is always one of the harder parts of the entry. But the first thing they've got to do is actually open up this kitchen hatch to plan out for this execute and make it work. There are actually no impacts on the other side for the defense other than on Oda, who isn't really in the right spot to deal with this. Fisher guys brought a BP instead. And so this hatch will be opened up pretty easy. 2 minutes left on the clock is plenty of time here for Man LFO to plan out their execute.
At least they're making good time of it. But my question is, what will they do about this church wall? We saw it tricked last time by the Kaid, and time is ticking constantly against Man Esports. They need to find picks, they need to find pressure, they need to find ways into this map, and we haven't seen enough so far.
Sage down below on the motor hatch is going to look to play the minigame against Chef Jeff and Scars. EMP is going to sail on out, so is the secondary hard breach charge that's going to go on. I don't know if the electrical has gone down. No, it hasn't. And so this will be given up to them, but nevertheless, once again, triple wall seems to be the place where the trick is going down. Instead, player, though, is going to claim one for Man LFO. That's a good start here for their stint on the attack, but can it continue?
What are they trying to shape up for here? Chef he's opening up this way to walk in. Is this where the Osa is going? This is the auto strat, but it's not working out. Hunter has the diffuser, but he has to force it down. Here comes the C4, and it does deny the plans. And it seems to deny all hope of Man keeping this dream alive of going to Manchester.
The diffuser in a horrible spot now, certainly on an island. Scars is going to look to collect it, but player is going to get the one onto Brendo. They're starting to fall like flies, though. Sage with the swing. Wettables is going to try and claim his own. Scars goes down. It's all Cairo.
Osa's their home, but they belong on the world stage for the 4th time in a year. Bliss head on to greater things. They will be going to the major in Manchester.
And what a crazy way to finish it off for Team Bliss. Absolutely explosive there, quite literally with a C4 onto the planter. Man LFO could not pick up the pieces. And once again, this region will bloom in pink.
Indeed it will. Bloom indeed, as they have continued to thrive. For the last year, nobody has been able to contest this team. For a brief moment yesterday, Antic took their shot at the king. Today, Man barely got started. For a brief moment, it looked like they were cooking on club, but no, in the end, Bliss are the best team in this region for a very good reason. And I think we all knew that that was going to be how this game panned on out. Rob, surely this is just another formality.
At this rate, it well and truly is a formality for Bliss. Bliss to the major once again.
Wait,
Woo!
I don't know.
Can I shoot it at you? No, we went.
Maybe not.
You should have prepped me there. But obviously,
now. I didn't know that was going to happen.
No, surprising, crazy.
Oh, that smells awful.
Yeah, doesn't.
Sorry, I farted.
Oh, well, that really is
bit of professionalism.
It suits you. It suits you. No, the professionalism's gone, mate. Bliss are off to yet another major. But of course, with that, they secure, a completely new dynasty in Australia, regardless of the conversation of teams or where they've been from, where they've come from, where they're going. Bliss have now
he hasn't
made.
got his hat on.
I know
it fell off. Sorry.
He's not cool enough. Bliss have made 4 consecutive international events, Jake. That is. That's profound.
Unprecedented. It's been amazing to watch. Super proud and happy for them. And well deserved. I don't think there was really much doubt. We were saying all stage long they were going to be the team that everyone else had to beat. They were going to be the team that was going to be difficult to beat. And in the end, that was true. Yep. Disappointing for Man. I think up 5-2, I started to believe that they were going to be able to at least take Clubhouse. But alas not. The mental fortitude of Bliss too strong. And honestly, once they got to like 5-3, 5-4, you kind of knew what was going to happen.
Look, we've got it. We absolutely have to give credit where credit is due. Man LFO started this stage. We were so worried. We genuinely thought, well, the old MEC roster, things haven't gone according to plan, Guz, but they've completely changed the script. They've changed the conversation. And now, they've even looked competitive in a best of 3 with Bliss, regardless of whether they win a map or not. I think they've got a lot to be proud of.
And I think the stat that really highlights just how impressive it is that they actually pushed Bliss even, in a 2-0 fashion. Team Bliss have 4 players in the top 6 over the entire league. They are just that dominant. Cairo highest rated 5th, and then there's like a big drop off to the rest of the team. So the fact that they were able to remain competitive in a best of 3 despite that deficit is really quite impressive, and again highlights the dominance of Bliss. I mean, they got pushed in map 2 and they still were able to sweep back. It's just insane.
Man LFO, I think the conversation for them now becomes a champion team over a team of champions.
Is it?
Well, you tell me.
Well, they didn't win a championship.
They didn't win a championship. They did not. They didn't even
They
get
came
close
close,
to it.
though.
No, they didn't. Come on, mate. You got to be
They
completely
came
honest
second,
here.
and that's close.
We can be honest. We don't have to play it up. But more to what I'm getting at is Guz's point of there's a big drop off from Cairo to the rest of the team, and yet they are the second best team in the region.
Yeah, maybe for the stage. I mean, I think that you're right in terms.
It's crazy how that happens. It's always like that's what we're here for.
Yeah. I think that when it comes to Man LFO, you're right. They're a team, right? First and foremost, rather than individuals. And that's already a good thing, because if you kind of look at Bliss, they're a team too.
Yes.
Like in the sense that they are, as you said, 4 of the top 6.
Yep.
So they're all on the same level, and that's kind of what you want. I mean, we've kind of seen like the Karma Esports, for example, right, where it's that one particular player pops off, and that's a large reason why they are successful. That's just never going to be a formula that you can have get you to a major. So I think for Man LFO, if they're able to stick together, continue to impress throughout next into stage 2, they'll be here once again, certainly in the conversation.
And now Bliss, obviously, to England. This will be their 4th consecutive event. Already said that 3 or 4 times now. But, Guz, I mean, the trajectory of their performances internationally is it's exciting, to say the very least. The prospect of going to England, going to phase 2 of the major, I mean, does that change the conversation of where OCE are domestically and internationally?
I mean, since Copenhagen, right, the storyline for Bliss is, can they go overseas and continue to improve? They've actually well and truly done that. Copenhagen, obviously, they got shell-shocked. Atlanta, a little bit better. Top 8 Brazil 6 Invitational, very impressive, although some doubters and haters may say they got an easy run to get in the top 8. Regardless, I think it was still impressive. They need to build upon that, especially starting phase 2. You get the golden ticket to really launch yourself into a position where Bliss should be fighting on that live stage in front of the crowd. That is my expectation, and I really hope they share the same expectation.
Realistically, for Bliss now, they're in that conversation where a lot of what they do here locally, to be completely honest, doesn't really matter that much. They're just so far above and beyond everyone. But what they do internationally is now what's really going to be the litmus test for them. We've seen them, as Guz alluded to, at SI, where they finished top 8. I don't know how much more you can improve on that before you start to talk the realms of being like a top 4 team globally. That's kind of difficult. Making the stage, is that really the goal now that you set yourself? I don't know if they should set themselves that kind of goal. Maybe if they want to be ambitious, they certainly can.
Yeah.
But I think it's just all about being competitive and probably beating teams not named Wolves. To be honest, can they beat someone else that's on the global stage? So those are kind of what is it? Straight to stage 2, right? So I think they also get a little bit more time to settle in, prepare, play some of those scrims, get into that environment, rather than land straight into it, stage 1, kind of like Copenhagen back in the start of last year, right?
We don't talk about that. I've mentioned it a couple of times. It was ugly.
They had like 1 day or something. So and then they were gone after 1 day.
Yeah, it's brutal. But that's also the format that we've seen. It's just it is not kind to teams who cannot perform on the main stage. Bliss is starting to show that. Obviously, there's still a lot more to see. Do you think maybe the comments that we heard from Oda previously have a little more weight to them after a performance like this with Man LFO, saying that the core roster of Hunter and Chef Jeff, I mean, does that now hold more weight, Guz?
After today, or just stage as a whole?
I guess the stage as a whole, like looking at it as a, outside of the micro and looking at a macro perspective, does that start to change the discussion?
I mean, maybe we'll get a better tester for stage 2. Obviously, it's quite a prolonged gap between stages. There's a couple of players that are probably going to be free agents heading into that stage as well. Whether or not Karma is going to be coming back, he's going to be a hot property, and I highly doubt Bliss are going to be one that make roster changes, right? So Man LFO are going to look to shake it up a bit, other teams as well. So I think that core is strong, but they need to keep building around that, right? You need to be getting players that are consistently landing in the top 10 of ratings. I mean, it's just as simple as that.
Could someone like Karma be the catalyst to push a Man LFO over the edge?
Ooh, the story.
Just that extra firepower.
Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know.
I don't know where he goes, but I don't
wait
know.
and see.
He might just stay on the same team and they just run it back without Sean.
Maybe we'll have to wait for stage 2 for that. What we don't have to wait any longer for is the interview with Team Bliss. I'm not sure who it is, but Jesus
here we
Christ,
go.
it's Weatables.
No. He didn't want to do the pre-game. I don't want to do the post-game.
We don't want to chat to him after.
You can like I said to Deb, you can see yourself out. Like
he doesn't take long, does he? He's sharpish. Look, mate, a very clean 2-0 in the server. Man, LFO obviously had their moments. They looked actually quite competitive. There were a couple of strats in there that I think even caught us by surprise. How did you feel like it played out in the server? Obviously a dominant performance from you boys, but credit where credit's due.
Look, yeah, like you said, credit where credit's due. Those guys are, they had their club worked out. They played a very good Clubhouse. You can't be sitting there saying that they didn't have a sweat, and we were like, what, 5-2 down or something?
Yeah.
Something like that. So they definitely had us sweating. The 2-0 doesn't show the actual score. Those guys are real competitive, and hopefully they stay together and work on their little issues they have, and you never know, man might be going to the next major.
Man to Montreal, that's going to ring to it as
well. Oh, it does.
Firstly, congratulations very much so. What you guys deserved it. Once again, the best team this stage. Admittedly, a stage where I felt like the gap didn't necessarily close, but there were certainly inklings of that. You guys got pushed to overtime a couple of times. Antic took a map off of you. We saw what Man LFO were able to do on Clubhouse. Now, obviously, full focus is going to be on Manchester, no doubt. But when you do come back and that break to stage 2, what do you guys do as a team, knowing full well that you've got essentially 7 other teams that are starting to close that gap?
Well, for us, I think it's just like gaining whatever we can when we go overseas every time and bringing it back and just implementing it into our gameplay. Obviously, the game over there, the game here is very different, but you can obviously come back here and just like gain little things and use them here to like, catch these people off guard. But I think realistically, it's just, trusting each other, trusting the team, and just, playing our game really. Like, same as over there, same as here, but, end of the day, there's no overcomplicating the game. Like, you trust your game enough, then, results come.
I suppose just adding on to that point, as you've mentioned and as we often talk about, the Australian meta versus the international meta, insanely different. And obviously against stronger teams, you're going to get punished a hell of a lot more than you will domestically. What do you do as a team, both here locally and then hopefully at a boot camp or whatever the case may be at Manchester, to actually adjust to that play style? Because it is quite different.
Well, here I think it's more just like keeping it simple, because obviously all the teams here don't have the experience and the exposure to scrimming over there, so they won't be like experienced and used to like how to like split up there or split through, if you will. So just keeping it simple here is one thing. Then you go over there and you've got to start like I think a bit more deep into there's a gap here. Watch that. Make sure we have a cam on that. Make sure you know what I mean. You know, make sure your gaps are filled really.
Very quickly as well, Wet, for you guys now heading over to Manchester, what are the internal goals? I was sitting here debating before. It's difficult to kind of back up top 8 SI. Next is really the main stage. Is that the expectation, or do you just kind of go there and say, let's just take it one match at a time?
Well, obviously there's going to be expectations. Main stage, we missed it from by one game at SI, so obviously main stage will be the goal. But you don't go in putting your expectations too high. You don't look too fast. So you go in, you focus on that one game, you win that next game. Like one game at a time, and it's easier on the mental, easier on the pressure. So one game at a time, but our expectation will be make main stage.
Look, obviously this is now the 4th consecutive international event that Team Bliss have made, and it is undoubtable now, objectively, you and the roster are now the best team that we've had from Oceania, just purely from an international event standpoint. How does that feel?
Oh, well, I've only gone to 3, so, that's humble.
You could have just gone with it, Wet.
No, well, I'm not going to sit there and be like, yeah, we're the fucking best team in the world. Like, no, I'm not going to say that. But no, it does feel good, to have, some, respect on the name and all that, because when you send O's teams any other time, teams looking at them as oh, it's an O's team. You know what I mean? So when you go over there and we're actually able to compete, we're actually able to show that we are here to play, even though we do come from APAC, and then not even just APAC, as a small little region like O's, and we're able to go over there and compete. It feels good. And then I don't know. It's just it just feels good to be able to have this respect from other teams, and just not be pushed aside like we're shit.
Are you looking forward to playing Wolves again?
No, listen, you're going to see this in my tweet, but if we verse Wolves, I'm complaining that it's rigged. I don't care. It is rigged.
Why would you complain about a free win, mate?
No, listen. It is rigged, okay? There's 3 international events in a row that we verse them, right? We can't. It's rigged.
I don't even know if they're going to make it, to be honest.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows?
Come on. Listen. they will make it, right? Don't doubt them because they're good. They will make it, but we're not versing them. I don't care. We're not doing it. Oh, we're not allowed it.
Oh, God, I hope you do. I hope you get first round of bye as well. Look, Wed, it's been an absolute pleasure this stage, mate. You guys have performed phenomenally throughout. As per usual, you've got the floor.
Yeah, I was going to say thank you to you guys. Thanks to Bliss, thanks to Logitech, Gameboy, Kinchi, always keeping our mental strong. If it wasn't for Kim, I don't know how our mental would be in BO3s. And look, I just want to give a shout out to, like all the other teams we've competed this stage. You guys have literally improved substantially. Chef, I know you're listening and I want to talk shit, but I literally cannot. You guys are actually there and you're competing with us. So like, don't do anything stupid. Don't make roster changes. Use this time that we have in our break. Just like solidify yourselves and just improve. And then, I don't know, you'll knock us off the stage. I don't know, like just don't be stupid and make roster changes. That's basically it. Just don't be stupid.
Mate, you have a way with words. I'll tell you what, Wet. Thank you very much for joining us, mate.
Thanks, Wet.
Best of luck in Manchester.
Good luck, Wet.
See you guys.
Manchester's calling. That's well and truly picked up. That has been a response through and through. Huge congratulations to Team Bliss. There's no other team that I would want representing our region at the moment.
No.
Fair enough. Now for something even more important. It's our award of least shit caster. That's right. We had a little running joke at the start. Oh my!
You know what? I agree with this.
I don't.
No, I think we've got it around the wrong way. I think this is most shit caster because I don't know how both of you have made this graphic. Congratulations, James. How does it feel?
I'm mostly just disappointed because I thought that it was just going to be me. How on earth, Jake, did you come back and sneak in there as well?
I don't know, but I think both the pictures here were taken at Grand Finals internationally. One was an SI, though. The other one was just a major.
Just a major.
Who do you reckon would be the colour of this duo?
Maybe this is the new duo. Maybe Mandy and Guz have to watch out.
Oh, shit, I'm out of a job.
Yeah, Dev, you're back to colour.
Oh, no. Yeah, look, I think that OCE panned out pretty hard to predict in the end. But at the end of the day, that's not really what matters. What matters is that we create some kind of fickle and useless prize.
You know what I love about it, though? It kind of looks like you're like leaning out of the way of my arm.
Yeah, are you trying to punch me?
He's intimidated. He's intimidated.
Like, I'm
dodge the podium.
I'm like sending Bliss to the major and you're just risen up the camera.
That's what I always do, mate.
He's mewing.
Guys, I believe you actually didn't finish anywhere near the top. So what's going on there?
I don't know. Did I finish last?
I think I finished last,
Yeah.
actually.
I think between me and Mandy, we were
I
shocking.
think we did.
We had a shocking stage, but to be fair, OCE has actually been an awful stage for all
Oh, it's
of
just
us.
predictions.
I was? Yeah.
Oh,
you God.
I thought this was...
He's
You
really
are
clued in.
terrible.
I thought you were saying I'm a good caster.
So-
Well, I don't care now.
Don't get too excited,
Absolutely
mate.
not.
Well,
Wait,
Dev's there. That means something.
let me ask you this. Did you just cast the grand final? No.
I don't.
So we all know who the best is there. But I have just had confirmation. I indeed am the worst predictor in
You're
the
not a
entire
caster,
region.
though, so it doesn't matter.
No, I'm not a caster, but production even beat me. So
Oh,
I think
no.
That's
Wow.
going to say something, unfortunately. But it has been a funny old stage, hasn't it, Mandy? It's been a little bit intense.
Yeah, it's been a good one. Very
Yeah.
competitive between all the teams, but in the end, yeah, we sent Bliss to the major.
We do.
I don't think anyone expected any less.
No, the rightful heirs, Dev, is that the right way to put it?
Yeah, look, Bliss have been the best team for the last year,
Yeah.
and they've deserved that name. Like, they have earned it, and even in Copenhagen, where they had such a shocking performance, they went out without a game win. Their opening match, I think they got 7-0'd by W7M, right? Or 7-1, some unbelievable scoreline. Since then, they've come back and they had a great show in Atlanta. They had an even greater show in Brazil. And like you guys were saying before, I think the real expectation now is that Bliss can keep up this form, but it's a lot easier said than done. And I think Wettable said it really well. Like, you have to focus on consistency. Don't set your goals too high. I think if Bliss this event just have a good showing, just take down some good teams, play well, earn the respect of the global community, that is a win. Even if they don't make main stage, even if they don't win the whole bloody event, like, come on, let's not get too carried away here. Realistically, Oceania in esports, we are quite geographically challenged. That's just the nature of how things work. The ping, the scrims, like all of the practice available, it's not as good as what you get overseas. So Bliss are doing pretty bloody well.
They are, but you know, there always has to be a second and third best team in the region, Mandy. And I asked these boys before what they thought about the comments that we had from Oda leading into this about, you know, the fact that Man have such a strong core, and you've got other teams like Odium starting to really rise to the occasion with the likes of President. Do you feel like this might actually start to look like one of the more competitive years we've had?
I think so. I think if Oda, I'm sorry, it was Wedables actually at the interview there. If everyone actually listens to what he says and people stay together as a team and they sit down and they actually work hard and dedicate themselves into being competitive, I think we've got the works of a very competitive region. We've seen it from 2 through to 7, like just this stage.
Yep.
Who knows what they could do through the off season and into stage 2.
Yeah. Well, Dev, I believe our producer needs
Oh,
you
no.
for a second.
Oh, wow, I've been dogged for
Nah,
you.
that's okay.
Can I come over and stand in front of that TV?
Our producer needs you, Dev. I believe he's asking for you.
What, my producer wants me?
Yes. No, I'm just telling you to get off the desk. I'm sick of having you. Now, always with a satisfying conclusion for OCE, we get to see Bliss head to the Manchester Major, but it is bittersweet. We have the ending of a solid, might I add, a solid commentary career. The rose between the thorns, our very own aerospace engineer, is going off to do things far beyond our comprehension and, well, far beyond our own atmosphere. Mandy is retiring.
Wait, are we? Yeah. Wait, hang on. I still got a popper. Oh no, I broke it.
Oh no! There you go.
Thank you.
You have the floor.
Oh my god, I'm crying already. It's been really amazing 2 years in OCE. Oh my god, there's so much cake. Why is there so much cake?
That one's for Jake.
They couldn't decide which one you wanted, so they just cut it down the middle.
I don't really know what to say, to be honest. It's been a really good 2 years in OCE, and yeah, this is what's really kickstarted my life. I think for a lot of people in esports, people are so young coming into this, you know. There are people in this room that have seen me grow from a really stupid 18-year-old making a lot of mistakes to 23-year-olds, and now I'm going to go to the other side of Australia to go and build some rockets. So I think what I want to say is just, there's people in your life in this industry are so important. They kickstart your life as a young adult. A lot of people here watch each other grow from being kids to being young adults, and these are the kind of people that will stay with you for your whole life. And I think even though I'm closing this chapter of my life, I think there are people in this room, there are people at home in Sydney, all across the world, that will make a pretty grand appearance in the next chapter as well. So I'm just so grateful for everyone for growing me into who I am. And I don't think I'd be half the person I am without all of you and without a bunch of you in the audience as well. And there's so many of you at home that I don't think I could list. Thanks for everyone. So thank you so much to OCE.
I remember a few years ago when we were thinking, you know, who else could be a really solid caster? And we heard there was this great observer. Apparently her name's Mandy. I don't know.
Repel. It was Repel.
Yeah, Repel, as she was called at the time. And yeah, she was very talented, and we got her in for one little game segment on some OCE broadcast one day, and we did this whole challenge where we had to try and we get our drones in different places on the map, and we had one we threw in there. We were like, let's just do one impossible one that no one will
Cafe.
get. And it was getting on top of the whole map of Cafe. And all of us like memed it, like, you know, I threw mine up there or whatever. And then we watched Mandy's 40-minute video that she sent in where she actually did it. This aerospace engineered herself onto the top of Cafe because she took her job so seriously. And from that moment, we knew that we needed to get her in and actually become a caster with us. And it's been such a pleasure to work with you. Like, it's been unreal, the places that we've managed to go together and all of the experiences I've had. I can't imagine anyone else I would have rather do it with, Mandy. And while I'm pretty devastated that you'll be leaving me as a duo, I'm more devastated that you're moving to the other side of the country and we can't go to the beach anymore. So I guess I'll have to come up and see you on the other side of the country and find a beach there.
Thanks, Steph.
Anyone?
I don't think there's anyone I would have rather done it with either.
I don't have too much to say, but the irony when you just said to the teams to not, you know, change rosters, and we're changing our roster.
Yeah, sorry about that.
How ironic is that? We're not sticking together.
Mandy's out of Melbourne roster, sorry.
How are they going to... No, it's been an absolute pleasure, Mandy. You know, fit in really well with our group and made us a family, a whole, you know, family of 5, and our dynamics work really, really well together. So you're going to be incredibly missed, and hopefully in future we'll cross paths once again.
Thanks, Jake.
Guys, you're a man of few words, mate.
Yeah, I'll just double down, Jake. Obviously, we didn't have the opportunity to work together just because we had clashing roles, but it's very rare in esports to really, truly get along with your co-workers, and I think you blended in so well. I mean, we all care about each other so much, so Yeah, we're going to miss you.
Thanks, good.
Thank you, Mandy. Here's to Mandy. Thank you so much, Mandy.
Mandy, it's been a pleasure working with you. We wish you nothing but the absolute best as you start to send things into space. I can't believe I'm saying that. Someone on our team is going to send things to space. But it's time for us to close up shop. Thank you very much for watching the OCE League for Stage 1. Best of luck to Team Bliss heading over to the Manchester Major. And until then, please take care, stay safe, and good night.
Circular spheres! They will.
Oregon! Hey, little guy! Meow at me, baby!
Whoa, 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 whoa. Yo, no. Everyone's up in arms about that one. No one liked that one.
But I did sneak the code word onto the show, so...
Give me a shot.
Fuck! Okay. No! No! Yes! Woo! Yay!
Sage with the swing. Wettables is going to try and claim his own. Scars goes down. It's all Cairo.
OCE is their home, but they belong on the world stage. For the 4th time in a year, Bliss head on to greater things. They will be going to the Major in Manchester.
And what a crazy way to finish it off for Team Bliss. Absolutely explosive there. Quite literally with a C4 onto the planter. Man LFO could not pick up the pieces. And once again, this region will blue and pink.